Potter read, What if Harry inherited the lost library of Ravenclaw at age 7 and mastered forgotten magic before his first Hogwarts letter? If you love this story, smash the like button, subscribe to Potter Read for daily Harry Potter what if tales, and drop a comment telling us which forgotten magic you would master first. Sit back, get comfortable, and enjoy the read. Chapter 1, Iron and the Blood. The cupboard under the stairs smelled of old wood polish and dust, and on the morning of his 7th birthday Harry Potter woke up because something inside his chest was singing. He lay very still for a moment with his eyes closed, mapping the unfamiliar feeling. It was warm. It was steady. It moved through him the way a draft moves through an old house, looking for a way out, and it did not feel like fear or hunger or any of the small constant aches he had learned to ignore. It felt like a hand had reached through his ribs and was now holding something fragile and important, and would not let go until he listened. The mattress under him was thin. The slats of the staircase pressed against the back of his head when he shifted. He had counted those slats so many times that he could draw them by memory, in the dust on the floor of the cupboard, with his finger. He had made a small game of it once, and Aunt Petunia had found the marks and made him scrub the boards until his knees were red. He had not made the game again. This morning the slats seemed farther away than usual. The cupboard, which had always been small, felt small in a different way, not pressing in, exactly, but ill-fitting. As if he had grown overnight and the room had not noticed. He tried to count to 10 before he sat up. He always tried to count to 10 before he sat up, because moving too quickly in a confined space had cost him bruises in the past. He got to 4. The warm thing in his chest hummed and would not be ignored. Petunia Dursley shrieked his name from the kitchen. Harry opened his eyes. The ceiling of the cupboard was 4 inches above his face. A spider had built a hasty web in the corner during the night and was crouched in the center of it, pretending not to exist. Boy! Up! Now! He crawled out and stood blinking in the hall light. Aunt Petunia did not look at him. She thrust a frying pan at him with one hand and a packet of bacon with the other. Don't burn it, she said. Vernon's brother is coming for breakfast. Harry took the pan. The warm thing in his chest pulsed, almost as if it had heard her, and the kitchen window rattled once in its frame. Petunia paused. Her shoulders went rigid. What was that? She said. I don't know, Aunt Petunia. She turned her head slowly. Her eyes flicked to him, away from him, back. The clock on the wall behind her ticked twice into the silence. If you have done one of your... The kettle on the stove began to whistle even though no one had set it on the burner. Harry stared at it. Petunia stared at it. The light through the kitchen window had a strange soft quality, the way light does just before a thunderstorm breaks. For a single suspended second the kitchen felt like a held breath, and then the kettle gave a final shrill note and went silent on its own. Out, Petunia said, very quietly. Out of my kitchen. Cupboard. Now. He went without arguing. He always went without arguing. As he passed the umbrella stand the warm thing in his chest moved again, slower this time, and the front door of number 4 Privet Drive made a small sound. Not a knock. A click, as of a key being tried in a lock from the outside. Petunia heard it too. She took 2 steps into the hallway and froze. The door swung open. A creature stood on the doorstep in the morning light. It was about 3 feet tall, dressed in a stiff black tunic with a silver clasp shaped like a crossed pickaxe and quill. Its skin was the color of river stone and its long ears stood at attention. It carried a leather case under one arm and a roll of parchment in the other hand. It looked at Petunia with the patient, professional disinterest of a man who has come to read a meter. Madam, it said. The voice was dry and clipped, like paper being torn precisely. Hurritor Officer Bracca, Gringotts. I am here for the ward of this house. He is to attend the bank for an inheritance reckoning. The wards on this dwelling have been tested and found defective. I am invoking my office. Please stand aside. Petunia made a sound that was not a word. Braca turned his small black eyes to Harry. "You are Harry James Potter, born 31st July 1980, of the House of Potter." Harry, with the warm thing humming in his chest, said, "Yes." "Then come." "He is going nowhere," Petunia said. Her voice had returned. It came out high and shrill. "Vernon! Vernon!" Vernon Dursley came thundering out of the bedroom in his dressing gown. He saw the goblin on his doorstep, opened his mouth, and made several sounds in succession, none of them words. The goblin watched him with the same flat patience. "I am within my rights," Braca said. "The boy's magical guardian has failed to appear when summoned by sealed letter on 3 separate occasions. Failure to respond to a bank summons regarding inheritance is a matter of goblin law as recognized by the Magical Treaty of 1212. Stand aside, sir, or I shall mark you a hindrance." Vernon's face went the color of a brick. He started forward. The goblin raised his free hand, said one short word that sounded like the snapping of a twig, and the air in the hallway folded over Vernon Dursley and held him politely in place. He could still breathe. He could not move his feet. "Boy," Braca said. His tone had not changed at all. "Bring nothing you do not love. The bank will provide." Harry looked at his aunt. His aunt was staring at the goblin as if she had seen one a long time ago and had spent every day since pretending she had not. Her mouth had dropped open and her eyes were wet, and Harry, who had spent every day of his short life learning the smallest expressions on her face, understood that she was not surprised. She was undone. "Aunt Petunia," he said. She did not look at him. She looked through him. "Lily," she whispered. "Lily, I tried." The warm thing in Harry's chest turned over once like a sleeping animal that has been called by name. He stepped past Vernon, who could not turn his head. He stepped past Petunia, who would not turn her head. He stepped onto the doorstep beside the goblin, and Braca closed the door behind them with a small, definitive sound. The morning on Privet Drive was ordinary. The Dursleys' lawn was very green. A milk float chimed 2 streets over. Someone had left a bicycle on the pavement next to the hedge. Braca looked at none of it. He arranged his case under his arm, considered the angle of the morning sun, and took Harry by the elbow. "Hold my arm at the elbow," the goblin said. "Do not let go until I tell you. There will be pressure. Breathe out, not in. If you feel sick when we arrive, swallow. Do not be ashamed. Wizards twice your age have lost their breakfasts on my boots." "I haven't had breakfast, sir." Braca glanced down at him for the first time with something like attention. "That," he said, "is also the bank's concern. We will rectify it. Hold." He muttered 3 syllables that sounded like a coin dropped on stone, and the world bent inward. It did not fold the way Harry had imagined folding might. It went thin. The hedge at the edge of the Dursleys' lawn became a watercolor wash of green. The sound of the milk float went tinny and far away, and then it was a memory, and then it was nothing at all. The goblin's elbow under his hand was the only solid thing in the universe for the space of 2 breaths. When the world bent back out again, Harry was standing on a marble floor, breathing very carefully, in the middle of a great cool hall full of pillars and old daylight. Gringotts. He had read the word in a children's book once, when Dudley wasn't looking. He had not believed it. The hall was bigger than the inside of any building he had ever been in. The pillars were the color of old butter and went up into a vault so high that the light at the top of it could have been from a different sky. Long counters ran down both sides under green lamps. Behind the counters, goblins worked. They wrote in ledgers with quills longer than their hands. They counted coins into balances. They argued in low voices in a language that sounded like flint being struck. Wizards moved among the counters with the polite, slightly hurried air of people who knew they were guests in a place that did not love them. Braca steered him through the hall with an unhurried hand at his shoulder. Wizards moved aside for them without seeming to. Goblins behind high counters lifted their eyes and tracked them and then looked back down at their ledgers in unhurried, deliberate succession. They came to a small black door set in the back wall behind a curtain of green velvet, and the goblin opened it and ushered Harry through. Inside, an old goblin sat behind a desk made of one solid slab of black wood. The wood had veins of gold in it, like marbling in meat. Behind the goblin a window showed a view that could not possibly exist from inside the bank, a windswept moor, low grey sky, a stone keep on a far hill. The goblin had silver in his ears and on the backs of his hands. "Lord Director Sharpaxe," Braca said, and bowed, and left. The director of Gringotts looked at Harry for a long moment. It was the kind of look that took inventory. When he was finished, he gestured at a chair. The chair was too tall. Harry climbed into it and arranged himself with as much dignity as a thin 7-year-old in pajamas can arrange. "Mr. Potter," Sharpaxe said. His voice was deeper than Braca's. There was iron in it. "You are owed an apology. 3 of them, in fact. The bank has been remiss. Letters were sent. They were not answered. The bank does not know where, in the chain of failure, the rot lies. We intend to find out today. Do you understand me so far?" Harry thought about it. The warm thing in his chest had quieted, the way a river quiets when the bank widens. "I understand the words, sir," he said. "I do not understand the situation." A small, sharp expression moved across the director's face. It was the goblin equivalent of approval. "Good. Then we begin at the beginning. You are 7 years old today. On a wizard child's 7th birthday, there is a thing that happens in the blood. Magic, in our people, comes down through the bone. At 7 it settles. It chooses its shape. In a child of any standing, that settling reaches for what the child is owed by inheritance. It is, you might say, an awakening. Yours awoke this morning, Mr. Potter, and it nearly knocked the wards off your aunt's house. The bank felt it. A hurrier was dispatched. Here you are." Harry sat very still. The chair was still too tall. "What am I owed, sir?" Sharpaxe smiled. It was not a kind smile. It was an honest one. He set a flat black tray on the desk between them, and on the tray a knife, a small silver bowl, and a square of parchment so old that it looked like a leaf pressed in a forgotten book. 3 drops, Mr. Potter. The blade does not hurt for long. Hold your hand over the bowl." Harry pricked his finger. 3 drops of red fell. The parchment drank them and warmed under his hand, and ink began to bloom across its surface in a thin, deliberate hand. "Heir apparent, House of Potter, paternal, primary. Heir apparent, House of Peveril, paternal, dormant, awakened by survival of death's mark. Heir apparent, House of Black, by named godfathership, Sirius Orion Black, blood confirmed. Heir apparent, House of Ravenclaw, matrilineal, Lily Evans, née Ravenclaw Gontov Slughorn cadet line, tribute clause invoked, bearer of the lost library if no other claim stands. Ward of the Goblin Nation, provisional, by failure of magical guardian." Harry read it 3 times. The room was very quiet. Out on the moor in the impossible window, a bird called once and was silent. "My mother was a Ravenclaw," he said. "Your mother was a great many things," Sharpaxe said. "Most of them she did not know. The Ravenclaw line ran through Muggle blood for 9 generations. It hid there. It is a thing Rowena's daughter arranged after she fled the keep, 800 years ago, and it hid well. Your mother carried the seed. She passed it to you. The tribute clause is older than the bank, Mr. Potter, and it is one of the few things older than the bank that we honor. It says that if no living member of the House of Ravenclaw can claim the library waits. It has waited for a long time. What is the library, sir?" The director did not answer at once. He drew the parchment back across the desk, folded it, and placed it inside an envelope of black silk. He looked, for a moment, as old as the wood he sat at. It is the work of Rowena Ravenclaw. It is the work she did not give to Hogwarts. It is the magic she found that frightened the men of her time, and so she put it behind a door and the door behind a key and the key behind a bloodline. It is, Mr. Potter, in the opinion of this bank, the largest single store of forgotten magical knowledge in Britain and possibly in Europe. If you walk into it as you are now, it will eat you alive. If you walk into it prepared, it will make you what your mother might have been if she had lived to teach you. Harry was silent. Outside the impossible window the moor held its breath. "Sir," he said carefully, "a moment ago you said 3 apologies." "I did." Sharpax spread 3 more parchments on the table, in a neat row. Each was headed with a name in red ink. "1," he said. "Your trust vault has been disbursing a stipend of 100 galleons monthly since November of 1981. We do not know to whom. The order was placed under your magical guardian's seal. We have been unable to compel disclosure because no living party has answered our summons to challenge the order. As of today, you are the living party. You may compel disclosure." He laid a quill on the parchment. Harry signed his name. He had practiced his signature once in a school exercise book and it came out small and round. A name appeared at the bottom of the parchment, in a hand not Harry's. "Paid to, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." Harry read it twice. He did not know what to do with his face. The warm thing in his chest, which had been very quiet, made a small sharp movement. "2," Sharpax said. He did not pause for Harry to react. "There are bindings on your magical core, Mr. Potter. They were laid at 15 months of age, 3 days after your parents' deaths, and they have been refreshed every 2 years since. They prevent your magic from settling in its true shape. They are why your awakening this morning nearly took the roof off the kitchen. They have to come off. They will come off here, today, with your consent. You will feel as if you have been holding your breath for 6 years and have at last been allowed to exhale. Do you consent?" "Yes," Harry said. He did not have to think about it. 3. There is a fragment of foreign soul lodged in the scar on your forehead. It was put there by accident on the night of your parents' deaths. It has been feeding on you slowly since you were 15 months old. We cannot remove it here. We can suppress it. We can mark it and bind it so that it cannot grow. The full removal will require the library's resources, and a willing cursebreaker, and time. Do you consent to suppression today?" Harry, very slowly, lifted one hand and touched the scar above his eyebrow. He had always thought it itched because the cupboard was dusty. "Yes," he said. Sharpax inclined his head. He stood. He was almost as tall as Harry was, sitting in the too-tall chair. "Then we begin," he said. It took an hour. The bindings came off first. A goblin cursebreaker, all in white and bareheaded, came in with a thin silver wire that shone the way moonlight shines on a scar. He drew it down Harry's spine in slow strokes, 3 from the crown of his head to the small of his back, and at each stroke Harry heard a sound like a string being cut, and at the 3rd stroke he understood what the director had meant about exhaling. Air came into him from somewhere it had been sealed away. The chair seemed to shrink. The room seemed to brighten. The moor in the impossible window seemed close enough to walk to. He did not faint. He was very close to fainting. Sharpax, watching, gave a small approving nod. "Hold," the director said. "Breathe. Slowly." Harry breathed slowly. The fragment came second. The white-cloaked goblin laid a square of cold lead against Harry's forehead, drew runes around it with a fingertip dipped in something dark, and spoke a single word that hurt somewhere under Harry's teeth. There was a pull at the back of his eyes. There was a sound, very far away, of something furious being told to be quiet. Then the lead came away with a black smudge in its center, and the goblin folded the smudge into a smaller square, and slid the square into a steel box, and the steel box into a leather satchel, and the satchel out of the room. The scar above Harry's eyebrow stopped itching for the first time in his memory. 3, Sharpax said, still standing. We will not refresh the fragment's binding lightly. It is now alive in this bank, in a vault no one can open without your blood and mine together. When you are ready, we will deal with it properly. Until then, it sleeps. Thank you, sir. Do not thank me. Thank the man who taught me my work. He is dead 3 centuries. Now. Sharpax sat back down. From a drawer beneath the desk he took a ring. The band was old gold, worn smooth in places, and the stone in it was a deep dull red, the color of wine left too long in a cup. He set it on the desk between them. Lord Potter's ring. Press your thumb to the stone, Mr. Potter. If the house accepts you, the band will resize. If the house rejects you, nothing will happen and we will discuss your options. Try. Harry pressed his thumb. The stone warmed. The gold flowed under his hand like a slow honey, and when he lifted his finger the ring sat snug on his hand as if it had been measured for him. Welcome, Lord Potter, Sharpax said. He took out a second ring. The metal of this one was darker, the stone in it black with a faint silver spark in the middle. Lord Peveril. The black ring resized. A faint hum passed through the bones of Harry's hand. Something cold and old brushed the inside of his wrist for the space of a breath, and was gone. And the third, Sharpax said. The third ring was not gold. It was not silver. It looked like a thing that had been pulled out of a riverbed, the metal of it dark and watermarked, and the stone in it was a single rough sapphire shot through with white veins. Sharpax did not put it on the desk. He held it in the palm of his hand, and watched Harry over the top of it. This, he said, is the Ravenclaw bond. There is no living Lord Ravenclaw to swear you in. There is only the ring and the library. If you accept it, Mr. Potter, you accept the responsibility of the work it contains. The library is dangerous. There are books in it that should not be opened by an unprepared mind. There are corridors in it that lengthen when you walk them and shorten when you turn back. There is, by the report of every herder of the line who has dared, a portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, and she is a difficult woman. The library is yours by right. It is not yet yours by readiness. Do you take the bond knowing what it asks? Harry looked at the ring. The warm thing in his chest, which had been quiet since the bindings came off, stirred once and made him a small clear offering. It was not language. It was, somehow, a feeling of recognition, of being introduced, in a doorway, to someone he had been told about all his life. Yes, he said. I take it. Sharpax placed the ring on his finger. It did not flow. It did not warm. It settled, the way a key settles into a lock that has been waiting for it, and then a small blue light bloomed in the heart of the sapphire and went out. Lord Ravenclaw, the director said, very quietly. By tribute. By blood. By awakening. The library knows you now. It will open when you ask it to. You will not ask it to today. You are 7 years old and you will sleep tonight in a bed and you will eat hot food cooked for you by hands that wish you well. Tomorrow we begin to prepare you. Do you understand? Yes, sir. One last matter. Sharpax placed a single sheet of parchment on the desk. The text on it was very short. Petition to remove magical guardian. Petitioner, Harry James Potter, Lord Peveril, Lord Ravenclaw. Respondent, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Grounds, negligent custody, misappropriation of trust funds, failure to respond to bank summons X3, placement of unconsented binding on ward's magical core. Recommended replacement, wardship to remain with Goblin Nation until former guardian of record is located and verified, Sirius Orain Black, incarcerated, Azkaban. Harry read the last line twice. Sir. The man named there. Sirius Black. He is in Azkaban. He is. Why? Officially, Sharpak said, he murdered 13 people in 1981 and betrayed your parents to their death. The bank's records, however, indicate that his Lord Black ring was accepted by him in 1982 while he was incarcerated, and that no man marked as secret keeper for the Potter Cottage may sit a lordship ring after committing his oaths breaking. The ring would have rejected him. It did not. He was not the secret keeper, Mr. Potter. He was not given a trial. Where the rot lies, we said. There. Among other places. Harry sat for a long moment. His hand on the desk had 3 rings on it. The gold and the dark and the river metal. The chair was still too tall. What happens if I sign the petition, sir? It enters the queue for the Wisengamot at their next sitting. They will not act on it quickly. Old men do not like to be made fools of, and Albus Dumbledore is the oldest and most respectable of them. But it will sit on the table where they cannot pretend they have not seen it. And in due course, when you are ready to push it, it will move. And Mr. Black? That is a separate matter. A more difficult one. We can speak of it when you have eaten and slept. I would like to sign it now, please. Sharpax, who had not smiled since the parchment, smiled. Harry signed. The ink dried. The director rolled the parchment, sealed it with a wafer of red wax pressed under the flat of a heavy iron stamp, and set it aside. That will do for one morning, he said. There is a suite kept by the bank for lordly persons of unusual circumstance. You will be taken there. You will be measured for clothing. You will eat. There will be a healer to look at you. Tomorrow, you and I will speak again, and we will discuss the library and what you will need to learn before you set foot in it. Do you have any questions you must ask before you leave this room? Harry thought about it. The warm thing in his chest stirred and offered him several questions, and he chose the smallest one. My aunt and uncle, he said. What happens to them? They are no longer your concern. They are my family. They are not. They were the only family I have ever known, sir, and I want to know what is going to happen to them. Sharpax regarded him. The look took inventory again. The look found what it was looking for. They will be left in their house, he said. Their memory of this morning will not be tampered with. They have done a poor job of caring for you, Mr. Potter, and you owe them very little, but the bank does not punish those who have not stolen from it. They will live their lives. You will live yours. Thank you, sir. You will, I hope, at some point in your life, stop thanking goblins for treating you decently. We are not in the habit of decency. We are in the habit of contracts. You should learn the difference. Yes, sir. Braca. The door opened. Braca stepped in, bowed, and gestured to the corridor. Harry climbed down from the too tall chair. The library ring on his hand caught the impossible daylight from the impossible window, and the rough sapphire glowed, very softly, with a blue light he could feel against the palm of his other hand even though it should not have been warm at all. He paused at the door. Director Sharpax. Lord Potter. What is the warm thing in my chest? The director looked at him for a long moment. He looked, Harry thought, the way the headmaster of a school looks at a child on the first day, when he is trying to decide how to weigh him. That, Mr. Potter, he said, is your magic. It has been told for 6 years that it does not exist. It is going to spend the next month telling you that it does. Be patient with it. It is younger than you are, in a sense. It has only just been born. He waved a small, dark hand. Go. Eat. Sleep. We have work. Braca led Harry down a long, low corridor. The lamps in their brackets were not lit, and yet there was light enough to walk by. It came up out of the floor, a faint moonish glow, as though the stones themselves remembered being struck by sun. Harry's new shoes, borrowed shoes presumably, they had not been promised yet but his feet were warm in them, clicked quietly. Braca's bare-clawed feet made no sound at all. "Lord Potter," Braca said, after a while. He did not look at Harry as he said it. "Your education is going to be peculiar. There are things you will learn quickly. I will name 3 so that you do not embarrass yourself in the next 2 days. May I? Please. 1. Wizards do not say goblin in front of goblins. We are the people. Goblin is the word your kind use for our shape. We tolerate it. We do not love it. From you, given your houses, the word people is courtesy. The people. Yes, sir. 2. Your wand is not your magic. Your magic is the warm thing in your chest. Your wand will be a focus, when you have one. A focus is a tool. A tool is not what the work is. Many wizards forget this. Your mother's people did not forget. Your library will remind you. Do not, under any circumstance, allow another wizard to convince you that your magic stops where your wand ends. It does not. It begins where you begin. Yes, sir. 3. There is a man named Albus Dumbledore. He is the most powerful wizard of his age, and possibly of any age. He is the man whose name appeared on the parchment in the director's office. He believes himself to be a kind man. He may even be a kind man. I do not know. I know that he has cost you 6 years of your magic and a great deal of money, and I know that he will, soon, come looking for you. The bank will hold him at the door. The bank cannot hold him forever. Be ready to meet him. The bank will help you be ready. Harry walked for a few steps in silence. What do I say to him, sir, when I meet him? You say very little. You let him say a great deal. He cannot help himself. He will reveal more than he intends. That is enough to start. Here. Braca opened a door and stood aside. The suite was 3 rooms with high ceilings and long windows that did not open onto Diagon Alley but onto a quiet courtyard where a fountain ran. There was a bed in it that had been made up for him with a cotton coverlet the color of cream. There was a small round table set for one with bread and butter and warm soup and a glass of milk. There was a stack of folded clothes on a chair, trousers that fit, a soft grey tunic, a pair of leather shoes that were not Dudley's old ones. A house elf was waiting in the doorway with her hands folded. She wore a clean linen tea towel pinned with a silver bird brooch. She bowed when he came in. "My lord," she said. Her voice was small and very polite. "I am Lyra. I am of the Ravenclaw house. I have waited a long time to be useful again. You are very thin. Sit. Eat. You will sleep after." Harry sat. He ate. The soup was thick with potatoes and small flecks of green herb he could not name. The bread was warm and had a crust that crackled under his teeth. He ate slowly because he had learned years ago that eating quickly when food was rare made him sick. Lyra watched without watching, the way the kindest adults watch a child eat, and she refilled his bowl when he was halfway down it without asking. He had eaten nearly the whole of a small loaf when a quiet knock came at the outer door. Lyra rose, opened it, and admitted a tall woman in pale green robes carrying a black leather satchel. The woman had iron-grey hair pulled back at the nape of her neck and very steady hands. "Lord Potter," she said. "I am Healer Mavens, of St. Mungo's Children's. The bank has retained me. I will not be a moment longer than I have to be. May I sit?" Harry nodded around a piece of bread. She sat opposite him. She did not take out a wand. She took out a small flat disc of polished bronze and a piece of chalk. She drew a circle on the table around the disc. She set the disc upright in the circle and spoke a single, low word. The disc began to rotate slowly on its edge, of its own accord. She watched it for the count of 10 and then she made a small, precise note in a leather book. "Your core is bright," she said, conversationally. "Brighter than I would expect. It has been suppressed and the suppression has been recently removed. That confirms what I was told. May I look at your hands?" He held them out. She turned them palm up. She turned them palm down. She paused at his right wrist where there was a faint white mark from when Aunt Petunia had once shut a drawer too quickly. She made another note. "Your weight is not what it should be at your age," she said. "Your bone density is below the lower range for boys of 7. You have had at least 2 fractures that healed without setting. One in the left forearm, 2.5 years ago. One in the right collarbone, when you were 5. You did not go to a doctor for either. Is that correct?" "Yes, ma'am." She wrote without looking up. Her hand was very steady. "You are not in trouble, Lord Potter. None of these things are your fault. I am writing what I see because what I see is going on a record, and the record will, in time, be useful. Do you understand?" "Yes, ma'am." "Good. Open your mouth, please." He opened his mouth. She looked at his teeth. She made a small dissatisfied sound and another note. She measured the length of his shin with a length of knotted cord. She listened to his breathing through a small instrument shaped like a flat shell. She put away the instrument and the disc and the chalk and the cord. She took out a vial of something pale gold and set it on the table. 3 drops of this in water before bed for 30 nights, she said. It will not hurt and it will not make you sleepy. It will tell your bones that they are allowed to grow, which they have stopped doing. You will be sore for the first week. You will be hungry for the first month. Lyra will see to it. I will see you again in a fortnight. Sleep. You have had a very long day for a very small person." She rose. She bowed to him without ceremony, the way an adult bows to another adult. She let herself out. Harry, who had been complimented in his life perhaps 4 times that he could remember, did not know what to do with being treated like a person. Lyra cleared the bowl when he was finished and brought him another, smaller this time, and a slice of apple cut very neatly into eighths. She did not stare at his scar. She did not stare at his rings. When he had finished she ran a bath for him in a copper tub in the 2nd room and laid the new clothes across the bed in the 3rd, and when he came out clean and warm and impossibly well fed she pulled back the coverlet for him and stood by while he climbed in. "Lyra," he said. The bed was the softest thing he had ever lain on. The warm thing in his chest was making a low contented hum that was almost a purr. "Yes, my lord." "What is your job?" "To take care of the library. To take care of the house. To take care of the lord, when there is a lord." "For how long have you been waiting?" She thought about it. House elves do not, as a rule, count years. "A long time, my lord," she said. "Sleep." "Lyra." "Yes, my lord." "What was she like?" "My mother." The house elf paused at the foot of the bed. Her large eyes were the color of river water under a low sun. "I never had the honor, my lord." "The library remembers her." "The library will tell you, in time, what it remembers. But the ring you wear was made for a hand much like yours. I think she would have looked at you and known you. I think she would have been very proud." Harry was quiet. He had not cried in a very long time. He did not cry now. But something in his throat tightened and then loosened, the way a knot does when the rope has been gently pulled. "Good night, Lyra." "Good night, my lord." She drew the curtain. The room went dim. The fountain in the courtyard outside the window made its small steady sound. The warm thing in his chest, fed and clean and tucked under cream-colored cotton for the first time in his life, settled into him and went very quiet. He slept in a stone keep on a moor that he had only seen through an impossible window, in a room that no living human had entered for 800 years. The rough sapphire of an old ring on his finger sang a single note across an empty hall, and a portrait above an empty hearth opened its painted eyes. The eyes were a clear, considering gray. They moved across the empty hall as if they could feel a draft from a door that had been closed a long time. They paused at the door. They paused at the hearth, where ash sat undisturbed in a thin, even layer that no living foot had stirred. They paused at last on the high-arched window where the moor went on and the grey sky leaned low and considering, and the painted woman in the portrait, who had been dead for 8 centuries, drew in a long, slow breath as if she had been holding it. "At last," said Rowena Ravenclaw, very softly, and the dust in the empty hall rose half an inch off the floor and did not, until morning, settle back down. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2. The library awakens. The room had no clock and no window onto a sky he recognized, so when Harry woke he had to guess at the time by the depth of the light in the courtyard. The fountain was still running. The water made a sound like a small, patient lecture being delivered to an empty hall. He lay quietly for a while and took stock. He was warm. That was new. He was not hungry. That was new. The rings on his right hand had not vanished in the night. That was, in a way, the newest thing of all. He turned his hand over in front of his face. The Potter ring caught the lampglow. The Peveril stone, dark and silver-flecked, threw nothing back. The Ravenclaw sapphire pulsed once, very gently, when he looked at it, the way a cat blinks at someone it has decided to allow into its house. The warm thing in his chest was making a sound he could almost call humming. The bindings, gone now, had left a feeling behind that was hard to describe, as if some heavy curtain in a familiar room had been pulled down for the first time in his life and he was discovering, by touch, where the windows had always been. He sat up. He had slept in a long linen nightshirt that smelled faintly of lavender. There was no Aunt Petunia banging on a door. There was no Dudley pounding down the stairs. There was Lyra, standing at the threshold with a tray balanced on one small thin arm. "Good morning, my lord," she said. "Director Sharpax will see you in an hour. There is porridge and there is fruit and there is a small piece of fish if your stomach can manage it. Please try the fish. It is from the cold sea and it is very good for the bones," the healer said. "Will my lord wish a bath first or after?" "After, please." "Very good, my lord." He ate. The porridge had a knot of butter melting in the middle of it and a thread of dark honey poured around the rim of the bowl. The fish was small and pink-fleshed and tasted of nothing he could name, except that it tasted right. He ate it in small, careful bites because he had learned that any new food, given to a small body that had not had enough to eat, was a small risk. When he was finished, Lyra cleared the tray and laid out clothes. Soft trousers. A linen shirt that was not too small at the cuffs. A loose tunic the color of a dusk sky. A pair of leather slippers that fit. She watched without watching while he dressed himself. She had, Harry noticed, not once spoken in the strange grammar he had read about in the children's book where house elves featured. She did not call herself Lyra this and Lyra that. He filed the observation away. He bathed and dressed. He drank 3 drops of the healer's gold tonic in a small glass of water as instructed. The taste was clean and slightly sweet. The warm thing in his chest gave a small approving twitch. Braca appeared at the door of the suite at the appointed time. He carried a small silver bell on a string, which he did not ring. He bowed. He led Harry back through the corridor with the moonish floor. "Lord Potter," he said, "the director wishes me to say that today will not be light. He wishes me also to say that nothing today will require you to do magic that you do not know how to do. Today is for going to a place. The work begins tomorrow. Are these acceptable terms?" "Yes, sir." "Good. In the office behind the green velvet curtain, Sharpax was standing at the impossible window. The view through it had changed. Where yesterday the moor had been grey and low-skied, today there was a hard clean light over the keep on the far hill, and a wind moved the heather in long pale waves. "Lord Potter," the director said without turning. "Stand here. Look out." Harry stood beside him. The window showed what it showed. The keep on the hill was square and weathered and small from this distance. There were no roads to it. There were no fences around it. It sat alone on the moor the way a rock sits on a beach. "That is the place we are going to," Sharpax said. "It is called Ravenclaw Keep. It is in the highlands of what your kind call Scotland, in a glen that does not appear on any map made in the last 6 centuries. The land around it has been allowed to forget that it is there. We have, this morning, asked it to remember. Do you see the wisp of smoke from the chimney?" Harry squinted. There was, indeed, a thin pale ribbon of smoke from one of the keep's chimneys, drifting and bending. "That is Lyra's work," Sharpax said. "She has gone ahead to lay fires, and to remind the kitchens that they exist, and to scold the dust. There is a great deal of dust. There has not been a lord at the keep in a very long time." "How long, sir?" 807 years. Approximately. The records dispute the second figure. Harry was silent for a moment. He was 7 years old. The number was so large that it was almost not a number. It was the kind of number you would put on a thing to mean only that it was older than you could imagine. "Are there other people there, sir?" "None. There are a small number of bound entities. The portrait. 2 ward keepers in the North Tower, who are not entities in the usual sense, they are runic constructs with low conversation. A library spirit which manifests, at irregular intervals, as a young woman in blue. Lyra, who you have met. That is the household. It is, I think, more than you have lived with for some time. I do not believe it will be too much." "No, sir. It will not be too much." "Good. There is one final piece of business before we go." Sharpax turned at last. He held a folded cloth in one hand, and a small case in the other. "These are for you to keep. Open the cloth first." The cloth was silk. Inside it was a slender silver chain, and on the chain a flat charm shaped like a small open book. "That is a House of Ravenclaw amulet. It will allow you to call on the bank from any place. Press your thumb to the cover of the book and say my name. I will send a hurrier. It will work no matter where you are, including inside the keep. Do not lose it. Do not lend it. Do not show it to anyone you have not first cleared with me. Put it on now." Harry put it on. The chain settled cool against his collarbone. He closed his shirt over it. The case. The case was wood, the size of his palm, with a sliding lid. Inside, on a bed of folded velvet, lay a thin focus rod the length of his forefinger, made of a dark wood polished to the color of old wine. There was no decoration on it. There was no flourish at the end. It looked like a stick a child might have picked up in a forest and pocketed. "That is not a wand," Sharpax said before Harry could ask. "That is a calibration rod. Wandless magic in the early years requires a focus to teach the channels their shape. The rod helps you learn where your magic is when you call on it. When you no longer need it, it will dissolve in your hand and you will not need to be told that it is time. Many wizards never reach that point. I do not consider that a tragedy. I consider it a description of the average wizard. You are not, as it happens, going to be average. Take it." Harry took it. The wood was warmer than wood should have been. "Now. Lyra has requested that we travel by fire step rather than apparition because she is finishing the kitchens and would rather not greet you with a pail in her hand. The fire step is a private channel. It will feel the way yesterday felt, only longer and warmer. Braca and I will go with you. Hold your rod at your side, keep your other hand at my elbow. Step into the fire when the green burns clean. Speak the name of the house. The name of the house is Ravenclaw Keep. Are you ready? Yes, sir. Try not to drop the rod into the flames. It would be embarrassing for both of us. There was, Harry thought, a glint of something almost like humor at the corner of the goblin's mouth. He filed that observation away too. They stepped into a fireplace at the back of the office which Harry had not noticed yesterday because the curtain in front of it had been the same color as the velvet over the door. Sharpax spoke a word, the cold logs in the grate took fire, the flames climbed clean and green, and Harry, very carefully, said the name of the house, and went. He did not feel the journey. The difference between the place he had left and the place he stood in arrived all at once and took up residence under his skin. The air in the new place had weight. It was the kind of air old buildings have when nobody has opened a window in them for a long time and yet they have not gone stale, as if the building itself was holding the air close and breathing it slowly. There was the smell of smoke from a fire that had been laid that morning in a hearth that had not held a fire for centuries. There was a smell of stone. There was a smell, faint and clean, of paper. He stepped out of the fireplace. He stood on a flagged stone floor in a long hall under a high arched ceiling. A round window in the eastern wall cast a circle of pale daylight onto the floor in front of him. The hall was empty of furniture. The walls were hung with 3 faded tapestries, a hunt, a battle, a woman crowned in stars. At the far end of the hall, above an enormous empty hearth, hung a single portrait in a heavy frame. The painted woman in the portrait was sitting in a chair with her hands folded in her lap. She wore robes the color of slate. Her hair was the color of iron and was bound with a thin silver circlet across the brow. Her face was not beautiful. Her face was the face of a person who had spent a great deal of her life thinking. She was looking at him. "You took your time," she said. The voice was not loud. It carried. Harry, who had spent a number of his short years learning to read adults from across a room, met the painted woman's eyes and bowed. He did not know if it was the right gesture. It felt right. It came up out of him the way the warm thing in his chest came up. "Lady Ravenclaw," he said. "Rowena will do. I have not been lady anything since I was younger than you. Step into the light where I can see you. Yes. There. Stop fidgeting." Harry was not fidgeting. He stopped anyway. Sharpax, who had stepped from the fireplace behind him, said, "Mistress." Sharpax. "He is here as agreed." "He is here. I will deal with him. You may go and bother my house elf about the kitchen accounts." "Mistress," said Sharpax, with what Harry was now fairly certain was a tone of long-rehearsed amusement, and bowed, and left. Braca had remained in the fireplace. He bowed once and was gone. Harry was alone in a hall 8 centuries old with the painted likeness of a woman who had been dead for nearly all of them. The warm thing in his chest, far from being afraid, was sitting up like a cat that had heard a familiar voice. "Closer," said Rowena Ravenclaw. 2 more steps. "There. Now look at me." He looked. Her eyes were the same considering gray they had been when she had opened them in the empty hall the night before. He had not seen that, but he knew it. The library was already telling him things he had not been told. 3 questions, she said. Answer them as honestly as you can. Lying to a portrait is a particular kind of stupid because we have nothing to do all day except remember. Question 1. What do you know about the library? That it is yours, ma'am. That you put work in it that you did not put in Hogwarts. That it will eat me alive if I am not ready. That it has a portrait in it which is you, and that you are difficult. That there is a library spirit which sometimes appears as a young woman in blue. That my mother carried the line that was meant to claim it. That I am the first person to claim it in 800 years. Question 2. Why did I put the work here and not at Hogwarts? Harry thought. Because the men you worked with would not have put it on the curriculum, ma'am. A small, sharp expression moved across the painted face. Closer than most. Be more specific. Harry thought again. He looked at the tapestry of the woman crowned in stars. He looked at the empty chair at the head of the hall. He looked, last, at the smoke rising from the new fire in the hearth beneath the portrait, climbing clean and true into the chimney as if the chimney had been waiting for it. Because they were afraid of it, ma'am. And because they would have used it badly. So you put it here, where only your own line could reach it, and you made the door bloodlocked so that nobody could force the line to open it. And you made the line hide itself, in case anyone came looking with the wrong intentions. And then you waited. Better. Question 3. The most important. Why did I bother to wait? This was the hardest. Harry did not answer at once. He did not want to answer wrong. The warm thing in his chest sat very still and listened with him. Because, he said, slowly, there is a difference, ma'am, between magic that is useful and magic that is true. And the magic that is true is harder to learn, and the wizards who would not put it on the curriculum would also have lost it eventually because nobody was practicing it. So you put it somewhere it could be kept properly until somebody was willing to do the work to learn it again. And you waited because the only way to do that was to wait. The portrait said nothing for a long moment. Outside, on the moor, the wind made a sound like a long indrawn breath. You will do, Rowena Ravenclaw said at last. You are 7 years old. You are barely 5 stone. You have been starved of food and starved of magic in equal measure. You will need food and you will need work and you will need patience. You will get all 3. You will not get coddling. You will not get permission to fail in interesting ways. You will fail in the boring ways first, until the boring ways are mastered, and then you will fail in the interesting ways. Do you understand what I am offering you? You are offering to teach me, ma'am. I am offering to teach you. The world has not been taught what I know in a long time. You will be the first student in 8 centuries. The work will be hard. Are you frightened? A little, ma'am. Good. Frightened students live. The other kind do not. Lyra. The house elf was at his elbow before Harry had registered her arrival. Yes, mistress. Take Lord Potter to the library proper. Show him the threshold. Do not let him pass it today. He sleeps and he eats today, and he sees, and he asks questions if he has them. Tomorrow he begins. We have years of work to do and I will not waste a day of it on a tired body. Yes, mistress. And feed him. The bank's healer says he is bone thin. Put a hand to his shoulder blades and tell me she is wrong. Lyra put a hand to his shoulder blade. She did not take it away. She is not wrong, mistress. I thought as much. Go. Lyra led him from the hall by a small side door which opened onto a corridor he would not have noticed if she had not opened it for him. The corridor was lit by sconces that burned with a steady silver flame and gave off no heat. The walls were stone and the stone was warm to the touch as if the keep itself was alive under his hand. They walked for a long time. The corridor did not, by any reasonable measurement, seem long enough to have lasted that walk. Lyra, Harry said, after a while. Yes, my lord. Are we walking in a normal direction? No, my lord. Are we, perhaps, going down? Perhaps, my lord. Are we going down a long way? A reasonable distance, my lord. The library is below the keep. It is also above the keep. It is in some sense beside it. This is a thing the mistress will explain better than I can. I am only the housekeeper. She said it with the calm composure of a person who had known where the cellar was for 8 centuries and was not going to pretend otherwise. The corridor ended at last in an arched doorway closed with a single tall door. The door was made of dark wood and was banded with iron, and in the center of the door, set flush with the wood, was a round plate of bright steel. The steel had no keyhole. The steel had a small depression in the middle of it the size and shape of a thumbprint. Lyra stepped back. "This is the threshold, my lord. The mistress asks that you place your thumb on the plate but that you do not push the door. She wishes you to feel what it feels like. She does not wish you to enter today. The library will know you when you touch it. Tomorrow, when you push, the door will open." Harry stepped to the door. He raised his right hand. The Ravenclaw ring caught the silver flame of the sconces and threw it back blue. He pressed his thumb to the steel. The steel was cold for a moment. Then it was warm. Then it was, briefly and very strangely, alive, as though something on the far side of the door had felt his pulse and was matching its own pulse to it. The depression filled itself in around the pad of his thumb, the way a bird's nest cups an egg. He stood very still. The warm thing in his chest opened a long slow eye and looked. The library on the other side of the door reached him the way sunlight reaches a man with closed eyes. There were rooms behind the door. There were a great many rooms. There were corridors. There were galleries. There were small cells with reading desks and tall halls with reading lecterns and circular reading rooms with views of skies he could not name. There were books. There were so many books that the feeling of them was less a number and more a weight, a vast quiet weight, the way the sea is a weight when you are standing on the shore at low tide and the water is a long way out and you can still feel it. He took his thumb from the plate. The depression filled itself in flush with the steel. The door said nothing. It did not need to. "Tomorrow," Lyra said. "Come, my lord. There is a chair in the kitchen and there is bread and cheese and there is a window over the herb garden. The herb garden is not in good order. We will fix it. Come." He came. He would think later that the first afternoon at Ravenclaw Keep had felt, more than anything else in his short life, like coming home to a house he had never seen before. The kitchen was warm. The bread was good. The cheese was sharp and crumbly. The herb garden was a wreck. He sat in the doorway of the kitchen with a slice of bread and a wedge of pale cheese in his hand and looked out at the wreck of the herb garden and felt, in the warm thing in his chest, a low contented hum that could almost have been called happiness. Lyra did not speak unless he spoke first. When he asked questions she answered them. She told him that the keep had 37 rooms not counting the library, that the southern wing leaked, that the north tower had 2 ward keepers who were very dull at conversation but very good at their jobs, that the stables were empty because there had been no horses in the stables for centuries but there was a paddock outside the stables where a hippogriff had once wintered and the grass there was still very fine. She told him that the keep grew a particular kind of small black grape on the wall of the eastern courtyard which she had been preserving for him in jars even though no one had eaten them for 800 years. "You preserved grapes," Harry said, "for 800 years. For me. For the Lord, my lord. You happen to be the Lord." Lyra. "Yes, my lord. I would like to try one of the grapes, please." She brought him 3 on a small saucer. They were the size of his thumbnail and they were the color of a moonless midnight and they were so sweet his eyes watered when he bit into the first one. He ate the second one slowly. He saved the third for after. That night, in a bedroom that was 3 times the size of any room he had ever slept in, he lay under a quilt the color of a winter sky and listened to the wind move over the moor and the building breathe around him. The Ravenclaw ring sat soft and quiet on his finger. The warm thing in his chest sat soft and quiet under his ribs. He thought about the door he had touched. He thought about the painted woman who had asked him 3 questions and decided to teach him. He thought, for the first time in his life with any real weight, that the future might be a thing worth looking forward to. He slept. He woke in the dark to find the library spirit standing at the foot of his bed. She was a young woman, or the shape of a young woman, made of a soft blue light that did not throw any light onto the room. Her hair was long and unbound. Her robes were the same blue. Her face was not Rowena's face. She was younger, narrower, gentler about the mouth, and her eyes were the color of nothing he had a word for. She was looking at him with what could only be described as curiosity. He did not move. "Hello," she said. Her voice was the sound a wind makes through a high window slightly ajar. "Hello," he said. "You are not afraid." "I am, a little." "Should I be more?" "No. I am not what you should be afraid of in this keep. You will know what you should be afraid of when you find it. There are a small number of books in the library with locks on them, and the locks are there for good reasons." "Yes, ma'am." "Do not call me that. I have not had a name in many centuries. The mistress calls me the Spirit. You may call me anything you like." "Could I call you Athene?" She tilted her head. The blue light moved over her face like water. "Why?" "It was a name in a book I read once. I liked it. It sounded like a name a library would have." She considered. The room was very quiet. "Athene will do," she said. "I am pleased. Sleep, Lord. You will see me again. I came tonight only to look. You are the first new face in this house in 807 years, and I am, you understand, curious." He smiled. He had not smiled often in his life. It came up out of him without effort. "Good night, Athene." "Good night, Lord." She was gone the way a lit candle goes when the wick is pinched, except without the smell of smoke. Harry, who had thought himself very tired, lay awake for a while longer with a small foolish smile on his face, and then he turned on his side and slept the rest of the night without dreaming. In the morning he stood at the threshold again, with Rowena's portrait carried into the corridor behind him on a small enchanted easel that Lyra had wheeled out of a closet, and he pressed his thumb to the steel plate, and he pushed the door. The door opened. Beyond the door was a vestibule paved in the same warm stone as the corridor, with a single wooden chair in it and a small writing desk and an inkwell that was, by some magic Harry could not at first name, full of a dark blue ink that had not dried in 8 centuries. The vestibule had 3 doors leading out of it. Each of the doors was open. Each of them led into a corridor that bent away into reading rooms and galleries and cells and halls. He could feel, again, the weight of the rooms beyond. He could feel, this time, that the weight was no longer simply waiting to be felt. It was looking back at him. "Good," said Rowena's voice from the easel. "Stop. Do not take another step. Today we begin with the only thing that matters before anything else can be allowed to matter. Sit at the desk." Harry sat at the desk. "What I am going to teach you first is called a clemency. It is the discipline of organizing your mind. It is the foundation of every serious magic. There are wizards alive today who consider it an advanced skill. They are wrong. It is the first skill. They put it last because they did not learn it first and they are embarrassed. Do you understand what I am saying?" "Yes, ma'am. Without it, every spell you cast will leak. Every emotion you have will leak. Every thought you have will leak. A skilled legilimens will read you like an unrolled scroll. An unskilled legilimens, of which there are many, will scrape across the surface of your mind and leave bruises. A nightmare will keep you from sleeping. A grief will keep you from eating. Magic done by a leaking mind is sloppy magic, and sloppy magic gets people killed. We are going to fix this first. Pick up the rod. Hold it loosely. Close your eyes. Picture a room. Any room, ma'am. Any room you have ever been in. Begin with one you remember well." Harry, with his eyes closed and the rod warm in his hand, pictured the cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive. "Tell me what you see." "Wooden slats. A spider in the corner. A cot. A little bare light bulb on a string. The smell of polish. Add a door. There already is a door, ma'am. Add a door of your choosing. Where you want it. Make it a door that locks from the inside. Harry, in the picture in his mind, added a door to the cupboard. He put it where the bare wall had been at the foot of the cot. He made it of dark wood. He made it banded with iron. He put a single round steel plate at its center. The plate had a small depression for a thumb. Good. Lock it. He locked it. What is on the other side of the door? Nothing, ma'am. The door is the lock. Wrong. There is always something on the other side. Magic does not allow empty rooms. There is what you put on the other side of the door, or there is what someone else puts on the other side of the door. You will choose now. What is on the other side of the door? Harry thought. He thought for a long while. He could hear Rowena's painted breath from the easel and the small soft hum of his own warm thing under his ribs. He thought of his mother, who he had never known. He thought of his father, who he had never known. He thought of a green light he could almost remember and did not want to. He thought of 3 rings on his hand. He thought of a painted woman he had bowed to. He thought of an herb garden in a wreck. He thought of 3 small black grapes on a saucer. On the other side of the door, he said, there is a library. There was a long silence from the easel. Open your eyes, Lord, Rowena said. He opened them. You did not pick that. The library picked you. Continue. We have a great deal of work to do, and you are going to do it well. They worked, that first day, until the light in the round window of the great hall had crawled all the way from the eastern wall to the western. Harry built the cupboard in his mind. He built a corridor leading from the cupboard to the door. He built the door. He locked the door. He unlocked it. He locked it again. He learned, by the patient instruction of a painted woman who had taught no one in 8 centuries, how to think a thought without letting it fly out of his head and away. He learned how to pick a memory up by the corners and put it in a drawer and close the drawer. He learned, for the first time in his life, how to be alone with his own mind in a way that did not feel like punishment. When he came out of the vestibule he was shaking with exhaustion. You will be tired, Lyra said gently, leading him to the kitchen. It will be worse before it is better. The mind is a muscle. You have not used it in this way before. There is stew. Sit. He sat. He ate. He went to bed before the moon was over the moor. He did not dream. He did, however, on the way to sleep, do one small thing he had not yet been told he could do. He held the warm thing in his chest very gently in his mind, as if he were cupping a small bird in his hands, and he lifted it. He did not move his hand. He did not move his rod. He thought, with a quiet and patient clarity, of the candle by his bed. The candle, which had been unlit, lit itself. The flame was small. The flame was steady. The flame was his. He blew it out, smiled at the dark, and slept. The second day Rowena taught him to write his own name in 3 forms. 3 is the number of beginnings, she said. The easel had been wheeled into the vestibule again. The blue inkwell was open. A sheaf of cream paper lay on the desk. First in the Latin you have been taught to write at school. Second in the runic alphabet that the modern wizard half knows because he was made to memorize 12 symbols in 3rd year and forgets 9 of them by Christmas. Third in the old tongue, which is a hand of writing and also a hand of speech and which is, in the strict sense, the language your magic uses to talk to itself when you are not paying attention to it. We will spend a year teaching your magic to listen to you in old tongue. We will spend another year teaching it to argue with you. We will spend the rest of your life teaching it to obey you when there is something at stake. Begin. Latin first. I want to see how you hold the quill. He held the quill the way he had been taught at the primary school in Little Whinging, which was to say badly. Rowena watched him for the count of a breath. She did not sigh. "That will not do," she said, with the patience of a woman who had been correcting bad penmanship for 8 centuries. "Hold it lower. Cradle it. The quill is not your enemy. The quill is your hand's longer finger. Try again." He tried again. He filled half a sheet with the letters of his name, again and again, until the line was steady. Then she taught him the runic forms. Then she taught him the old tongue, which was not a script of letters at all but a script of small braided shapes that had to be drawn from the inside out, with the smallest stroke first. The old tongue version of his name took him 3 hours to learn to draw without his hand shaking. When he finished it, the ink on the page warmed for a moment under his palm, the way the steel plate of the door had warmed under his thumb, and Rowena, on the easel, said one short word that was almost a hum of approval. "Good. Tomorrow, your name in flame. The day after, your name in air. Then we begin reading. The reading will take a long time. It is meant to." In the kitchen that evening Lyra fed him stew with barley in it and brown bread and a slice of apple cake. He ate slowly. His writing hand was sore in a small new pleasing way. He sat in the doorway with the cake in his hand and watched the wind move the heather on the moor and tried, very gently, to picture the runic form of his name in the air in front of him without writing it down. The shapes came. The shapes held. He let them go. "Lyra," he said. "Yes, my lord." "How does the keep get its food? Where do the vegetables come from?" "The herb garden, my lord, when it is in order. The kitchen garden, beyond the herb garden, which is also not in order. The dairy at the bottom of the southern slope, which the mistress arranged with a goblin contractor a long time ago and which sends a small wagon up the hill once a fortnight. The grain comes from the mill, which is also goblin-tended. The fish comes from the cold sea. The bread you are eating I baked this afternoon." "You baked the bread this afternoon?" "Yes, my lord." "It is very good, Lyra." She inclined her head. "House elves do not, as a rule, accept compliments. The smaller the compliment is allowed to be, the more they accept it." She accepted it. "Tomorrow," she said, "we will look at the herb garden together. You will help. The mistress would like you to do an hour of work outside every day. She says that magic done by a body that has never lifted a stone is brittle magic. The healer says you should be in the sun more. I agree with both of them." "Yes, Lyra." He did, the next morning, lift a stone. He lifted 4, in fact, from the path through the herb garden, and he carried them to the wall at the eastern end and stacked them. His arms ached in a way that they had not known how to ache before. The ache was a good ache. His shirt smelled of soil and his trousers had a green mark on one knee from kneeling to pull a weed, and Lyra, surveying him at lunchtime, said only, "You will eat a great deal today," and gave him a second helping of stew without asking. 3 weeks later, by the standing of the moon over the moor, he could light every candle in a room without effort. He could lift a quill across a desk. He could hold a small stone in the air at the height of his shoulder for the count of 50. By the standing of the moon outside Gringotts, where time ran differently and the world ran on its older schedule, only 4 days had passed. The keep was teaching him that time was a thing the world used and the library did not. In the empty hall beneath the portrait above the empty hearth, the dust had settled at last. It had settled into a thin, even layer in which there was, very faint and very deliberate, a single small footprint, as if a child had walked across it once and the room had decided to keep the print. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Foundations of a Small Monster. The first year at Ravenclaw Keep moved in 2 clocks at once. There was the library clock, which Harry came to think of as the inside clock. It ran fast and patient and did not care about the moon. Inside the library a day was a day, but the days at the keep added up at a different rate than the days outside the gate. By the time Harry had been at the keep for a month, the world that did not know about him had run for 8 days. By the time he had been there a season, the world had run for a fortnight and a half. By the time he had been there a year, by the inside clock, the autumn outside had only just turned. The bank kept a chart of the conversion in Sharpak's office, updated every morning by a goblin clerk whose entire job was to translate. There was the outside clock, which mattered for the things that could not be done at the keep. Letters to the bank. Visits from the healer. Stipends paid. The slow accumulation of evidence in a sealed file in a vault 3 levels under London. Harry's body was now growing on the inside clock and his legal age was growing on the outside clock, and the gap between the two of them was, by Sharpak's grim amusement, beginning to be the kind of gap that goblin lawyers had been waiting 4 centuries to argue. By the time Harry was 8, by the count of the world, he was nearly 9.5 by the count of his bones, and his bones, fed and exercised and tended, were finally catching up. He had grown 4 inches. His hands were no longer thin in the wrong way, they were thin in the right way, the way a craftsman's hands are thin. His hair, which had refused to lie flat for the first 7 years of his life, had decided that it would lie flat if he asked it nicely in the old tongue, and so he asked it nicely every morning while Lyra braided a small thin plait at the temple on his left side, in the old style of the house. He could light every candle in the great hall at once with a thought. He could read for 6 hours and remember every line. He could close his eyes in the middle of a noisy kitchen and not be there. That was where he was, on the morning of the day Sharpax came to remove the fragment from his scar. He was at his desk in the small reading cell off the 3rd gallery of the library, with 3 open books and a sheaf of parchment in front of him. The first book was a runic primer in the Skellig hand, the second a treatise on ward anchoring by a long-dead Welsh witch named Brennan Glass, the third a thin black volume titled, in faded silver letters, On the Movement of the Soul Within the Body and Its Movement Out of It. He had been told not to touch the 3rd book by Athene the night before. He was, technically, not touching it. It was lying on the desk to the left of his elbow with a small silver weight on its cover to keep it shut. He had been looking at the spine for nearly an hour. "Lord," said Athene, very quietly, from behind him. He did not jump. He had spent 6 months learning not to jump. "Yes, Athene. You are looking at it." "I am looking at the spine, Athene. I am not opening it." Looking at the spine is the first opening. The second is reading the title. The third is touching the cover. The fourth is asking the cover what it is for. The fifth is, in the case of that particular book, never returning. Harry turned in his chair. Athene was standing in the doorway with her arms folded inside the soft blue light of her sleeves. She was, this morning, wearing the shape of someone slightly older than him. She did this from time to time, as if matching her age to his by a small respectful margin, although her eyes were always the eyes of something much older than any age she chose. "I am not going to open it," he said. "I believe you. I would, however, like you to consider why you have been looking at the spine for nearly an hour. The book is not entirely passive. It is, in a sense, also looking at you. Why is it on my desk? You took it down from the shelf last night before you went to bed. You took it down with the intention of putting it on the desk so that you could think about not reading it. The mistress would say that this is also a form of reading. She would also say that it is a form of training. She would not, however, want you to do it for an hour today, because today the director is coming." He had forgotten, for a moment, that today the director was coming. He stood. He picked up the small silver weight. He picked up the book under it. He returned the book to its place on the high shelf, the third from the top in the eastern wall, between a treatise on the spell of memory by a long-dead Greek and a thin pamphlet on the calming of malicious portraits. He turned. He closed the door of the reading cell behind him. "Thank you, Athene." "Of course, Lord." She walked beside him, or did the thing she did that was almost walking, down the length of the 3rd gallery and through the vestibule to the corridor and up the long warm stone passage to the kitchen. She did not, by the visible evidence, cast any reflection in the polished steel plate of the threshold door. She did, however, turn her head as she passed it, the way a person turns to nod at a colleague in a corridor. In the kitchen, Sharpax was already sitting at the long table with a cup of tea in his hand and a plate of small biscuits at his elbow. Lyra was at the stove, very pointedly not eavesdropping. Braca was standing at the window. With them was a fourth goblin Harry had not met before, very old, very bareheaded, in a dove-grey robe that fell to his ankles. He had no shoes on. The skin of his feet was the color of slate. "Lord Potter," Sharpax said. "Sit. Eat first. The work is not light. This is Curse Master Granthawk of the Deep Vaults. He has come up for the day. He does not, as a rule, come up. He is doing me a favor, which I owe him 3 of, which now I owe him 2 of. Do not try to make conversation with him while he is working. He does not approve of conversation while he is working." "Yes, sir." Harry sat. He bowed, with his hand on his heart, to the Curse Master. The Curse Master inclined his head 1 degree. Harry inclined his 1 degree more. The Curse Master inclined his half a degree more. Harry stopped there. Lyra set a bowl of porridge in front of him. He ate. "Today," Sharpax said, when the bowl was empty, "we removed the soul fragment in your scar. We have, as you know, kept it suppressed in the bank in a vault made for the purpose. It has not grown. It has not weakened. It is now, in the Curse Master's professional opinion, ready to be unmade. The unmaking is a runic procedure. It will be done in the inner ward chamber under the keep, which the mistress prepared this morning. It will take 1 hour. You will be conscious throughout. You will be in some pain. The pain will not be in your body. It will be, the Curse Master says, in the place where the fragment thinks it is your body. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Curse Master." The Curse Master spoke for the first time. His voice was old enough that it did not move the air in the room, only the air close to his teeth. "Boy," he said. "Sit upright. Do not move your hands. Do not look away. If you flinch, the work fails. If the work fails, we begin again. We can begin again 3 times before we have to wait a month. I would prefer not to begin again. Are we clear?" "Yes, Master." "Good. Lyra." Lyra led them down a stair Harry had not yet been shown, behind a small door behind a tapestry behind a hat rack at the back of the kitchen. The stair was tight and spiraled and went down for a long time. The walls were warm. The air smelled faintly of metal. They came out at last in a circular chamber lit by a ring of silver flame that floated at head height around the perimeter and gave off no heat. In the center of the floor a great runic array had been laid out in chalk and silver leaf. It was a diagram Harry had not seen in any book. It had 3 concentric circles, an inner triangle, and at the center a small empty silver dish. "Sit in the center," the Curse Master said. Harry sat in the center. He crossed his legs. He put his hands palms up on his knees. The Curse Master placed something in the silver dish. It was the size of a walnut and the color of a dirty thumbnail, and even at the distance of 3 feet from Harry's nose it had a smell, a faint smell, as of something old that had been kept inside a closed room for a long time and resented the fact. "That is the fragment," Sharpax said quietly from outside the array. "It is no longer in your scar. It has not been in your scar since yesterday morning, although the fragment in your scar did not know it. The work today is not extraction. The work today is unmaking. We will unmake it in front of you so that you can see it gone. So that you do not, at any point in the rest of your long life, wonder if it is still there." Harry, who had spent 6 months learning to keep his mind organized under pressure, organized his mind. He built a corridor. He built a door. He locked the door behind him. He sat behind the door, in the shape of his mind, with the rod in his hand and the warm thing in his chest cupped in his other hand the way he had learned to cup it. He did this in the time it took to draw 3 breaths. The curse master began. He did not chant, in the way Harry had been led by his books to expect. He hummed. He hummed in patterns of 3, then 5, then 7. The runes in the floor began, very slowly, to warm. The chalk lines glowed. The silver leaf sparked. The walnut thing in the dish began to move, in small unhappy ways, as if it had been wakened out of a sulk. There came, then, the moment the curse master had warned about. The thing that the fragment thought was Harry's body began to be where Harry could feel it. It was a small angry pressure behind his eyes. It was the memory of pain in his scar, even though his scar no longer hurt. It was the memory, dredged up from somewhere very deep, of a green light. He sat upright. He did not move his hands. He did not look away. He held the warm thing in his chest very gently. "I see you," he said, in the old tongue. The walnut thing in the dish stopped moving. He had not been told he could speak. He had not been told he could not speak. He had said only the smallest possible thing in the oldest possible way. The old tongue did not allow lies. It allowed only the things that were already true. He had said the smallest true thing he could say. "I see you." The curse master glanced at him once. He did not stop humming. He continued. The runes in the floor brightened. The silver leaf began to lift, as a kind of pale dust, and to circle the dish. The walnut thing in the dish began to come apart at the edges, very slowly, like a knot of thread being patiently picked. "I see you," Harry said again, in the same tongue. "You are a piece of him. You are not him. He is not here. You are not him. I see you. I see what you are. I do not consent to your continuing. Go." The walnut thing in the dish gave one short, thin sound. It was the sound a small angry voice makes when it is trying to say a name and cannot finish saying it. The silver dust closed in around it. The runes flared. The light in the room went, for a single flat second, the color of an old penny. Then the silver dust fell back into the dish. The dish was empty. The walnut thing was gone. The runes dimmed, the lights at the perimeter steadied, the curse master let out a long breath that smelled, very faintly, of cinnamon. "Out," he said. "Up. Sit. Eat sugar. Drink water. Do not, for the love of the deep, do that again without warning." Granthawk was not expecting a child to speak in the old tongue during the work. Granthawk is too old to be startled. Granthawk was startled. "I am sorry, master." "Do not be sorry. Be more accurate next time." He turned. He left up the spiral stair without looking back. Sharpax and Harry, alone in the chamber except for the cooling silver dust, looked at each other for a long quiet moment. "Who," Sharpax said, "taught you that?" "No one, sir. I read about the principle yesterday. I had not used it. I tried it now because I was afraid that if I did not say something to it, it would be the last thing it heard and I did not want it to leave with nothing said. So I said the smallest true thing I could say." The director regarded him. Harry, by now, knew the look. It was the look that took inventory. The look found, today, a thing it had not found before. Harry watched it find the thing and watched it decide what to do with the finding. "Lord Potter," Sharpax said at last, in a voice that was, for him, almost gentle. "You are 8 years old by the world's count and you have just unmade a soul fragment of the most dangerous wizard of the last century by saying 8 words to it in a tongue most of my contemporaries do not know exists. You are not, today, going to do any further work. You are going to eat a great deal of cake. You are going to sleep. You are going to take tomorrow off as well, against the advice of your teacher, because if you do not your teacher will work you into a stone and I will be unhappy with her." Are we agreed? Yes, sir. Good. He climbed the spiral stair. The kitchen was warm. Lyra had laid out a small sponge cake with a thin layer of jam. Sharpax took 2 slices. Harry took 1. Braca, who had not gone down, took none, but inclined his head approvingly at the cake. That night Harry stood at the window of his bedroom and looked out at the moor. The moon was full. The light made the heather silver. The Ravenclaw ring on his finger was dark and quiet. The warm thing in his chest was bigger than it had been the day before, by some small measurement that did not have a number, and the bigness was not heavy but easy, the way a deep breath is easy after a long-winded run. He had not yet noticed, when he had been told he was no longer hosting another wizard's soul fragment, that something else had also gone. The compulsions Dumbledore had laid had been removed at Gringotts on his 7th birthday, and the bank had warned him that his core, no longer suppressed, would surge in the months that followed. It had surged. He had spent the better part of the first year teaching it manners. He had, through the long patient work of occlumency and the old tongue and the runes and the days of stone lifting in the herb garden, brought it to a state that he had begun to think of as his. Now, with the fragment unmade, even the small last residue of the other was gone. The warm thing in his chest, freed of even its memory, took up the whole of him, and the whole of him for the first time was simply his. He let it sit. He did not push it. He did not test it. He stood at the window and watched the moor under the silver moon and felt nothing but full. In the morning he ate breakfast and slept again. In the afternoon he walked the perimeter of the courtyard with Lyra, whose company had become as habitual as breathing. In the evening he sat in the kitchen with Athene's blue light beside him and asked her, softly, about a thing he had been thinking on for some weeks. Athene. Lord. I can speak to snakes. I know. I have spoken to the small grass snake in the eastern wall 4 times this season. I know. It is not a curse. It is not a dark gift. The book in the second gallery says so. The book in the second gallery also says that Salazar's notes on the matter are kept in the inner stack. They are. May I read them? Athene was quiet for a long moment. The blue light around her grew slightly cooler at the edges, the way a fire grows cool when the wind shifts. Yes, she said. You may. The mistress has agreed. The mistress has also asked that I tell you what they are. Do you wish to know before you read them or after? Before, please. They are research notes. Salazar Slytherin, before he left Hogwarts, was working on the theory that what your kind call Parselmouth was not a separate magic at all. It was a dialect of the old tongue, a dialect that had been preserved in a particular bloodline because that bloodline had bred and lived among snakes in a region of the south where there were many of them. He believed that the language could, in the right hands, do 2 things, speak with serpents, and speak certain magics that had no other shape. He died before he could prove it. The mistress kept his notes because she believed he was right. She had known him a long time. They had quarreled at the end. She did not, however, quarrel with his work. What sort of magic? Healing. Scrying. The making of certain wards that will hold a soul out of a place. The old tongue is the language magic uses to talk to itself. Parselmouth, in his theory, is the language magic uses to talk to itself when it is trying to be very still. There are spells you can do in Parselmouth that you cannot do in Old Tongue, and there are spells you can do in Old Tongue that you cannot do in Parselmouth. The overlap is large. The non-overlap is interesting. Harry was very quiet. Athene. Lord. Can he speak Parselmouth? The man whose fragment was in my scar. Yes. Then he was using a tool for one purpose that was made for another. Yes. And almost no one alive knows what it was made for. Almost no one. Then I would like to read Salazar's notes, please. He read them, beginning the next morning, in the inner stack with Lyra at the door and Athene at his shoulder. He read for 3 weeks of inside time. He took notes. He filled a small leather book with shapes of the old tongue and shapes of the snake tongue and the places where they overlapped and the places where they did not. By the end of the 3rd week he had made, in old tongue and in snake tongue together, a small healing rune which he tested first on a cut he had given himself with a kitchen knife while peeling an apple. The cut closed in 3 breaths. The skin did not even mark. Rowena, watching from her easel, said only, "Salazar would have liked you." Harry, with his small healed thumb in the air, said, "Would have liked to ask him questions." Many of us would have. He did not always make himself available for questions. He was a difficult man. "You were friends, ma'am." "We were very good friends and then we were very bad friends and then we were friends again at the very end, which is the order in which most friendships of long duration arrive." He would, I think, have stayed at Hogwarts if he had been allowed to be wrong about a single thing without being shouted at by a Welshman. Godric was a good man and a poor listener. Salazar was a brilliant man and a poor patient. The two of them together were, in the end, more than the school could contain. He left. He took a great deal of his work with him. Some of his work I have here. The rest is, I believe, distributed in the world in places we will, in time, look for. Now. Stop bleeding on the table. Eat something. He ate. He grew. He read. At the end of his 9th year by the inside count, on a wet morning when the moor was the color of pewter and the wind was loud enough that Lyra had closed every window in the keep, Harry asked Athene a question that he had been turning in his mouth for 2 months. Athene. Lord. Are there records in the Library of Trials at the Wizengamot? There are. They are in the Western Archive, in the room you have not yet been into. Why? Because I would like to see the trial of a man named Sirius Black. The blue light around her shifted. She tilted her head. She did this when a question interested her in a way she was not yet willing to say out loud. "I will take you," she said. "Bring a clean parchment." The Western Archive was cold. There were no fires in it. The air had the dry bite of a room that had been kept dry on purpose for a very long time. The shelves were tall and narrow. The records were bound in red leather and stamped with the year of the sitting. Athene found the volume for 1981 without consulting any catalogue. She brought it to the long oak table at the end of the room. She opened it to the place. She stepped back. There was no trial. There was a single page with 3 lines of text on it, signed at the bottom by Bartemius Crouch Sr. in a hand pressed so hard into the parchment that the nib had cut the page in 2 places. Remanded to Azkaban without trial on the authority of the Office of the Head of Magical Law Enforcement, acting under the emergency powers granted to said office by Order No. 4317-B, 1981. Harry read the line 3 times. He did not, on any of the 3 readings, move. Athene. Lord. There is no record of a trial because there was no trial. That is correct. Was this lawful? It was lawful in the strict sense in that an emergency power existed. It was unlawful in the broader sense in that the emergency power was not, by any reasonable reading of the relevant statute, intended to apply to a member of an ancient and noble house without a formal motion of the Wizengamot. The motion was never made. Mr. Black was, in the technical sense, never charged. Harry set the parchment he had brought down on the table. He did not write anything on it. He looked at the page in the book. He looked at the parchment. He looked, after a long pause, up at the high cold ceiling of the Western Archive. Athene. Lord. How does the ancient and noble house process work, when one of its members has been jailed without trial? In short, Lord, the head of the house may demand a retrial under the privileges of the house. The demand cannot be refused. The refusal would, by the older law, constitute a violation of the Treaty of Houses, which the Wizengamot has no authority to violate. There has not been such a demand made in 73 years. The Wiesengemot has, in that time, become accustomed to not being asked. They will not, when asked, take it well. Who is the head of the House of Black at present? On paper, the Lord Black ring sits in Azkaban on the hand of Sirius Black. He has not formally renounced it. He has not formally been replaced. There is a cousin who has tried to claim the ring twice. The ring has refused him twice. There is, in the strict sense, no head of the House of Black at present except Sirius Black, who cannot exercise his rights from a cell. Could I exercise them? Not yet. You are heir apparent of the House of Black by named godfathership. You may exercise the rights of the house when the head of the house is dead, when the head of the house has formally renounced, or when the head of the house has been declared incapacitated by a sworn healer. None of those things has happened. What if the head of the house asked me, in writing, to act on his behalf? The blue light around Athene shifted again. The shifting was, Harry had learned, the closest thing she had to a smile. Then, Lord, you would be acting as his proxy. You would have the privileges of the head of the house for the purpose of the matter for which he had named you. There is precedent for this. There is, in particular, a case from 1632 in which a young heir acted as proxy for a lord who was, at the time, on a ship between Calais and Dover. The heir, on that occasion, brought a successful suit. The heir, on that occasion, was 12. How does one get a written request from a man inside Azkaban? That, Lord, is the difficult part. He stood for a long moment with his hand on the page. The parchment under his hand was cold. The page was cold. The room was cold. The warm thing in his chest, however, was warm, and it was the kind of warm a forge is, when a smith has decided what he is going to make and has only to find the iron. Thank you, Athene. Please put the book back. Please show me the rest of this room. I want to know what is here. I want to begin reading. She put the book back. She showed him the rest of the room. He began reading. He read for the next 2 months of inside time on the topic of the privileges of the ancient and noble houses, and at the end of those 2 months he had a list, written in his own small careful hand, of 7 concrete things that would have to be done in the right order, and he put the list in a leather wallet and he put the wallet in the inside pocket of his tunic and he carried it with him every day for the next year. In his 9th year by the world's count, which was nearly his 11th by his own bones, a man came up from London by Fleur who was not a goblin and who was not, by the strictest count, supposed to know about the keep at all. His name was Calder Fenwick. He was tall and lean and grey at the temples and he had a thin white scar across the bridge of his nose. He had been, in his working life, a hit wizard for the Ministry of Magic, the sort of man the ministry sent quietly to collect a person who needed quiet collecting. He had retired in the year of Harry's birth. He had been in semi-retirement ever since on a small farm in the borders of Wales. He had, when the bank had approached him through 3 intermediaries, listened to the terms of the offer in silence for the better part of an hour and had then said one word. The word had been yes. Lord Potter, he said now, in the great hall at the keep, with his hands folded behind his back and his weight balanced very lightly on the balls of his feet. I am Calder Fenwick. I have been retained to teach you to fight. I do not, as a rule, teach children. I am making an exception in your case because the goblin who came to me said that you had unmade a soul fragment in old tongue at the age of 8. If that is a lie I am going home tonight. If it is true I am staying for as long as you need me to. Is it true? Yes, sir. Good. Now. Show me how you stand. Harry stood the way he had been standing. Calder watched him for the count of a breath. That will not do, he said, with the patience of a man who had been correcting bad standing for a great many years. Feet apart. Weight forward. Knees soft. Drop your shoulders. Stop tucking your chin like a turtle. Relax your hands. We will, before we do any magic, spend 3 weeks teaching your body that it is a thing that lives in space. Magic done by a body that does not know it is in space is sloppy magic. Sloppy magic gets people killed. Yes, sir. Harry repressed a small smile. He had heard a version of this speech before. They did 3 weeks of footwork. They did 2 weeks of breathing. They did a week of falling without breaking himself. By the end of the second month Harry could move backward across the great hall in the long even stride Calder had taught him without looking at his feet, and he could, while moving, raise the calibration rod in his hand and produce a small clean wandless stunner that lit the hall blue and went out. In the third month Calder began to make him duel. The first duel lasted 4 seconds. Harry, who had never been struck on purpose by an adult, was struck very lightly on the chest by a stinger Calder threw lazily across the hall, and went down on one knee. He got up. The second duel lasted 6 seconds. The third lasted 12. By the end of the third week of dueling, Harry could last a full minute against Calder operating at what Calder cheerfully called 1/10 strength, and could, on a good day, get a hit through. The hit was always small. The hit always counted. In the fourth month Calder began to introduce other variables. He brought into the great hall a row of small floating wooden discs, each enchanted to dart away from spell fire on its own initiative, and he set Harry to taking them down one at a time while keeping a shield up against Calder's stingers. The first afternoon Harry took down 2 discs out of 7 before Calder got past his shield. The second afternoon he took down 4. By the end of the week he was taking down all 7 and was, with a small thin grin he had not known his face could make, beginning to feel, in the work, the patient pleasure of a craftsman who has begun to like his tools. Calder, watching, said only, "We will start working at 1/5 strength on Monday. You will not enjoy Monday." He did not enjoy Monday. By Friday he had stopped not enjoying it. By the end of that month they had moved to 1/4 strength and Harry was holding his ground for nearly 2 minutes at a stretch, and Calder, who did not give compliments cheaply, gave him the compliment of not slowing down. In the 5th month of dueling, on a day that the library clock said was a Tuesday and the world clock said was a Sunday, Harry stood across the hall from Calder, dropped his shoulders, breathed, and did 3 things at once. He raised a silent shield in front of him. He spoke a single word in old tongue under his breath that turned the air at his right elbow into a small humming wall of redirection. He cast a banishing rune at Calder's feet that he had been working on for a fortnight in the library and had not yet shown his teacher. The shield held. The wall of redirection turned Calder's first spell back along its own path. The banishing rune caught the floor under Calder's right boot and the floor, very briefly, persuaded the boot that it was somewhere else. Calder went down, more from surprise than from injury, and laughed for the first time since Harry had met him. The laugh was rusty. The laugh was the laugh of a man who had not laughed in some years. He picked himself up. He walked across the hall. He held out his hand. "Lord Potter," he said. "We are not finished. We have a great deal of work to do still. You are 9 years old and you have, today, knocked down an old hit wizard with a piece of magic he has never seen. I am going to write a note in your file. I am going to write that you are a small monster. I mean it as a compliment. Do not let it go to your head. No, sir. Eat something. I will see you tomorrow." That night Harry sat in the kitchen with Lyra and Athene. Athene was reading, in her own way, a book that Harry could not see. Lyra was peeling potatoes with a small silver knife. The fire in the hearth was low. The wind outside was high. Harry had a cup of warm milk in his hand. He had not finished it. "Lyra," he said. "Yes, my lord." "There is a man named Sirius Black." "I know, my lord. He is in a prison called Azkaban. He has been there for nearly 9 years." "I know, my lord. I am going to need to get him out." The kitchen was very quiet. The wind worked at the eaves. Athene's blue light was a steady patient color in the corner. Lyra finished the potato in her hand. She set it down. She set the knife down beside it. She folded her hands in her lap. "Yes, my lord," she said. "I think you are. It is not going to be simple." "No, my lord. I will need help." "You will have help, my lord." He drank the rest of his milk. He set the cup down. He sat for a long while with his hands flat on the table and looked into the fire. The warm thing in his chest sat large and steady and ready. He was 9 years old. He had a year to plan it. He had a year. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Wider Web. The plan, in the end, was 9 pages long. Harry had written the first version of it on a wet afternoon in the Western Archive when he was 9, and he had rewritten it on the morning of the 3rd day after his 9th birthday by the world's count, when he had finally accepted that he was going to be 10 by the world's count before the plan could be brought into the world. He had rewritten it again at the start of his 11th year by his bones. He had rewritten it a 4th time after Calder, asked to read it as a friend rather than as a teacher, had taken it home over a weekend in the Welsh borders and returned with 3 small careful annotations in blue ink and 1 larger annotation in red. The red annotation had said, in Calder's neat back-slanted hand, "You will need a journalist. They will want to be the one who broke the story. Choose carefully. Cynthia Pollux at the Daily Prophet is honest, undervalued, and has a brother in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement who will not throw her work in the bin if it crosses his desk." He had written Cynthia Pollux's name in the margin of the 9th page list, and he had drawn a small box around it, and he had moved on. By his 11th inside birthday, which was his 9th and a half by the world, Harry had 3 things ready that the plan required and 1 thing the plan still wanted. He had a written request from Sirius Black. He had not gotten it the difficult way he had at first thought he would have to. The bank, asked by Harry the previous spring whether there was any way at all that a parchment might be carried in and out of Azkaban without going through the ministry, had put the question to Sharpax. Sharpax had put it, after a long quiet, to a goblin Harry had not yet met, a small old vault-keeper named Vernock who held in his keeping a contract older than the prison itself. The contract concerned a particular chamber in the Azkaban rock that the ministry rented from the bank by lease and not by ownership, and the lease, by its terms, allowed the bank to inspect the rented chamber at any time, with 1 named auditor and 1 named scrivener, the latter being permitted to take dictation from any party present in the chamber regardless of the party's sentence. The ministry had, for 9 years, forgotten about the lease. The bank had not forgotten. The bank, in fact, kept a small calendar in Vernock's office that counted the days since the last inspection. The inspection had taken place on a Tuesday by the world's count, 3 months before Harry's 9th birthday. Braca had gone in the role of auditor. A goblin scrivener whose name Harry had not been told had gone with him. They had been escorted by 2 pale ministry warders who had not, at any point in the inspection, looked at the prisoner whose chamber they were entering. They had inspected the chamber. They had, in the doing, been at liberty to take a single statement from the prisoner. The prisoner had, when asked if he wished to make a statement, looked at the goblins for a long time. Then the prisoner had asked, in a voice thinned by years of disuse, who had sent them. Braca had answered, Lord Harry James Potter, Lord Peveril, Lord Ravenclaw, of the House of Potter, in the matter of his godfather and Lord in name of the House of Black. Sirius Black had wept. He had wept for 5 minutes without making a sound. He had then said, very clearly, yes. I will make a statement. Yes. I will appoint him my proxy. Bring me a quill. The proxy parchment now lived in the inside pocket of the same leather wallet in which Harry had carried his 9-page list for over a year. The signature on the bottom of it had been countersigned by Braca and by the goblin scrivener and by Sharpax, and was sealed in red wax with the small iron stamp that closed bank documents. It was, by every applicable law, irrefutable. The bank had drawn it that way on purpose. He had, secondly, the cooperation of Madame Amelia Bones. He had not gone to her. He had let her come to him. The plan had called, in its second iteration, for a quiet meeting between the heir of the House of Potter and a senior officer of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement who could be trusted to listen without arresting anyone in the room. Harry had asked Sharpax, who had given him 3 names and ranked them by likelihood. Bones had been first. Bones had been first because Bones, 6 months earlier, had begun to ask the bank a series of careful questions about a young heir who had vanished off the Surrey rolls without anyone noticing for nearly 2 years. The bank, when she had asked, had not answered. The bank had, however, allowed Bones to know that the bank was aware of her interest. The bank had, in fact, made sure of it. Bones had taken the implied invitation seriously. She had requested, by official letter, an audience with Director Sharpax on a matter of departmental concern. The audience had been granted. At the audience, after pleasantries and tea and a small acidulated exchange about the department's recent policy on goblin auditors, Bones had asked, in plain words, where Harry James Potter was. Sharpax had said, "He is a ward of the bank under provisional guardianship granted by goblin law. He is alive, well, and being properly educated. He has been so for the better part of 3 years on the world's reckoning. The bank has, in that time, written to the headmaster of Hogwarts on 6 occasions to inform him of the boy's status. The bank has received no acknowledgement." Bones had been quiet for a long moment. She had then asked, "Why has the department not been notified?" "The department was the next on our list," Sharpax had said. "We are pleased that the department came to us first." Bones had asked to meet the boy. Sharpax had said, "He will meet you when he chooses to. He chooses for himself in such matters now. He is older than his years." Bones had laughed, once, with the dry surprise of a woman who had not been laughed into in a very long time. She had said, "I will wait for his invitation." The invitation had come 3 months later, in Harry's own small careful hand, to her office at the Ministry, by Goblin courier. The meeting had taken place at the bank. Bones had come alone. Harry, in his good grey tunic with the small silver bird brooch at the collar, had sat across from her at the long oak table in the bank's 3rd-floor receiving room with Braca at his right shoulder and a glass of water in front of him and the leather wallet in his lap. She had not, he had been pleased to find, treated him as a child. She had treated him as a small lord she had not yet met. She had taken his measure. She had let him take hers. She had agreed, before they had finished the 2nd cup of tea, that the matter of Sirius Black was a stain on the department she had been waiting for years to remove and that if Harry wished to bring the matter forward she would not stand in the way and might, if asked, stand discreetly behind it. She had also said, "Lord Potter, there is something else you should know. There has been an escape from Azkaban. A woman named Bellatrix Lestrange. The department has not yet announced it. The department is not entirely sure, in the strictest sense, how she got out. We are looking. I tell you this because if you are about to bring the matter of Sirius Black into the open, the press will be looking at Azkaban very hard, and they will, in time, find out. Better that you know." He had sat with the news for a moment. He had asked, "When did this happen?" She had said, 8 days ago. He had said, "Was she helped?" She had said, "She was either helped, or she was not properly held. The department has not yet decided which. I lean toward the former. The wards on the cell were not broken. They were rotated. To rotate the wards on a high-security cell at Azkaban requires the cooperation of the warden. The warden insists no such cooperation occurred. The warden is the cousin of a man who took the mark in 1980. He had said, Madam Bones. I would like, if you will allow it, to add a small thing to the matter of my godfather. I would like to ask, in the same petition, for an emergency audit of the wardenship of Azkaban, conducted by a body independent of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." She had been quiet for a long moment. She had then said, that is, Lord Potter, an extremely well-aimed request. May I ask whose idea it was? He had said, mine. With the assistance of a man named Calder Fenwick and a portrait of a woman who has been dead for 800 years. She had said, Calder is alive. I am pleased. As to the portrait, I will not ask. He had, thirdly, the journalist. Cynthia Pollux had come up to the keep by Flo with Sharpak's blessing and Lyra's lemon cake and had spent 2 hours sitting in the kitchen drinking tea and asking questions. Harry had answered them. He had answered them carefully. He had not, at any point, lied. He had, several times, declined to answer. The declines had been at least as informative as the answers. By the end of the 2 hours she had filled 3 notebooks and had drunk 4 cups of tea and had said, very dryly, I have wanted to write this story for 9 years. I am going to enjoy it. She had not been allowed to write that story yet. The plan called for the story to break on the morning of the Wiesengemot sitting at which the petition was filed. She had agreed, with a journalist's discipline, to wait. She had agreed, additionally, to release the second story a week later, when the response from the ministry would be at its loudest. She had also agreed, on her own initiative, to write a third story 2 weeks after that on the matter of Bellatrix Lestrange's escape, which Harry had not asked her to write but which she had, by her own deduction, decided would be required. What Harry still wanted was the meeting with Dumbledore. He had thought a great deal about this. He had decided, after long discussion with Rowena and Sharpax and Calder, that it was better if Dumbledore came to him than the other way around. The plan, accordingly, had a small open clause near the bottom of the 7th page, allow news of the meeting with Madame Bones to leak. Wait. He will come. The leak had been arranged. Bones, asked, had been willing to mention the meeting at a quiet supper of senior departmental staff at which a friend of Dumbledore's was, by long convention, in attendance. The leak had, by Sharpak's count, taken 11 days to travel from the supper to Dumbledore's office. 12 days after the supper, an owl had come up to the bank with a letter for the attention of Lord Harry James Potter, with the seal of the headmaster of Hogwarts pressed into the wax. Harry had read the letter twice. It had been kind. It had been gentle. It had been worried. It had requested, in the warmest possible terms, a meeting at the bank or at any other place the young Lord Potter would feel comfortable. It had not, anywhere in its 3 pages, included a single specific reference to anything Dumbledore had failed to do over the previous 3 years. It had been, Harry thought, a beautifully written letter. It had, in particular, been beautifully written by a man who believed that he could persuade an 11-year-old child of anything he chose with sufficient warmth and a sufficient supply of lemon drops. He had written back the same evening. His own letter had been very short. Headmaster Dumbledore. Thank you for your letter. I am willing to meet. The meeting will take place at Gringotts in 2 weeks, on a date that the bank will set. The meeting will be observed by Director Sharpax and by a representative of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You may bring one observer of your own, who will not speak. The meeting will have an agenda. The agenda will be sent to you the morning of the meeting. I look forward to the conversation. Lord Harry James Potter, Lord Peverell, Lord Ravenclaw. He had, before he had sealed it, shown it to Rowena. The portrait had read it twice. The portrait had said, that is the rudest letter I have ever read from a child. I am proud of you. Send it. He had sent it. The Wiesengemot petition was filed on a Tuesday by the world's count, in the early weeks of what Harry would, by his outside age, call his 10th summer. Harry was in the public gallery of the chamber, under a notice me not laid by Braca and a glamour set by Sharpax and a small additional shielding rune that Harry had drawn on the inside of his sleeve as a personal preference. He sat with his hands folded in his lap. He was wearing the grey tunic. He was wearing, under it, a finer linen shirt that had been made for him in the inside year by a Diagon tailor whose entire shop had been closed for an afternoon for the purpose. He was wearing, on his right hand, 3 rings that the gallery would not have noticed if they had walked past it. He was, in the strict sense, an 11-year-old child sitting in a place his magical guardian had not given him permission to be. The first speaker was a goblin notary. He read the petition, in a voice that had been trained for centuries to be impossible to interrupt. He read the names of the petitioner. He read the proxy authorization signed in Sirius Black's hand. He read the request for an immediate retrial of Mr. Black under the privileges of the House of Black, exercised by his lawful proxy, the Lord Potter, who was acting as heir apparent of the same house under a written instrument. He read the request for an emergency audit of Azkaban under independent authority. He read the request for the Wizengamot to be informed, as a matter of recorded business, that the magical guardianship of the Lord Potter had been provisionally vested in the Goblin Nation for 3 years, and that the petitioner had filed a separate motion at the bank for the formal removal of the prior holder of the roll. The chamber was, Harry could see from the gallery, very quiet. The sort of quiet that comes into a room when a great many people who have not been embarrassed in years realize that they are about to be embarrassed. Cornelius Fudge stood up. He was the Minister of Magic. He was wearing a green cloak with a fur trim and a small worried expression that Harry had read about in the Daily Prophet and which had not, in the photographs, done him any favors. He attempted to declare the petition out of order. The notary, very politely, read the relevant clause of the Treaty of Houses, which the Wizengamot had been bound by since the 8th century. The clause did not allow for the petition to be declared out of order. Fudge, in the manner of a man who had not been told no by an official document in some years, attempted to have the petition tabled for further study. The notary, very politely, read the second relevant clause. The clause did not allow for the petition to be tabled. Fudge sat down. Lucius Malfoy stood up. He was wearing pale grey. He had a long silver-headed cane in his hand which he tapped, twice, against the bench. He attempted to question the validity of the proxy. The notary, very politely, read the certification of the proxy, including the names and titles of the witnessing goblins and the date and the seal. He invited Mr. Malfoy to inspect the document. Mr. Malfoy, after a small pause, declined. Malfoy then attempted to argue that the petitioner, by virtue of his minority, could not exercise the rights of the House of Black even by proxy. The notary, very politely, read the precedent of 1632. He named the boy. He named the case. He named the docket number, which was, in the manner of goblin precision, 8 digits long. Malfoy sat down. Madame Bones stood up. She did not, Harry noted with appreciation, attempt to make a speech. She moved that the chamber accept the petition as filed and refer it to immediate action. She moved that an emergency commission be appointed for the audit of Azkaban under the supervision of Director Sharpax and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, jointly. She moved that the retrial of Mr. Sirius Black be set for the following week and that, pending the retrial, Mr. Black be removed to a secured ward at St. Mungo's, in the custody of healers approved by both the petitioner and the department, under a standing surveillance order. 3 other senior members rose to second the motion. 2 were, Harry knew from his reading, friends of Bones. 1 was not. The one who was not had, by all his prior recorded votes, been a reliable ally of Lucius Malfoy. He stood, anyway, and he said, "I second." He sat down. The chamber became, for a moment, the sort of quiet in which everyone present is doing a great deal of calculation in silence at the same time. The motion carried by a margin of 43 to 19, with 12 abstaining. In the gallery, under a notice me not and a glamour and his own small shielding rune, Harry breathed out for the first time in nearly an hour. The Daily Prophet ran the story the next morning under Cynthia Pollix's name and a headline 24-point, "Never tried, never charged, Sirius Black to stand before Wizengamot next week, audit of Azkaban ordered." The article ran across the entire front page and turned to pages 3 and 4. The last paragraph, in a smaller type, named the petitioner. Lord Harry James Potter, Lord Peverell, Lord Ravenclaw, age 11, ward of Gringotts, currently resident at an undisclosed location in the British Isles, where he has been for the past 3 years receiving private tuition. The owl post that came up to Ravenclaw Keep that morning was a small, neat avalanche. Lyra brought it in 3 trips. Harry sat at the kitchen table and sorted it into 4 piles. The first pile was from people he did not know, would not answer, and would have Braca returned to the senders unread. The second pile was from people he did not know, would have sharp access, and might answer in time. The third pile was from people he knew. He answered each of them, in his own hand, in fewer than 50 words apiece. The fourth pile was, in the end, only 1 letter. It was from a Mrs. Augusta Longbottom. The letter was 3 sentences long. It read, in a hand that had not been improved by age, Lord Potter. My grandson Neville and I would be honored to call upon you at any time you find convenient. We owe your house a debt that has not been paid. Augusta Longbottom. He read it 3 times. He read it a 4th time. He folded it. He set it on the table. He looked at Lyra. Lyra. Yes, my lord. Will you ask Sharpax to send an invitation to Madame Augusta Longbottom and her grandson to come to the bank in 2 weeks? After the retrial. Tell Sharpax that I would like very much to meet them. Yes, my lord. The retrial took 3 days. The Daily Prophet ran it in installments. Cynthia Pollux earned, between the front page and the pages 3 through 6 and the editorials and the letters columns, a salary increase that her editor had been resisting for 2 years and an invitation from a more serious magazine in France that would, in 18 months, change her life. Sirius Black was acquitted on the morning of the 3rd day on every charge brought against him by a vote that was, among the Wisengamot, unanimous. Bartemius Crouch, who had not attended the retrial, resigned his post the following morning. Cornelius Fudge, who had attended every day, did not resign. Lucius Malfoy made a public donation of 10,000 galleons to the St. Mungo's Children's Ward and a statement to the press in which he expressed his deep relief at the correction of a long-standing miscarriage of justice. He was photographed shaking the hand of a small grim woman who was, in the photograph, clearly not pleased to be shaking his hand. Her name in the caption was Madame Amelia Bones. Sirius was brought, on the evening of the 3rd day, to St. Mungo's, then, 2 days later, to the bank, then, on a Tuesday afternoon 10 days after the verdict, by Flo, to the kitchen at Ravenclaw Keep. He stepped out of the fireplace thinner than a man should be, and pale, and grey about the temples, and with his hands shaking from the long absence of dementors which had, the healers had said, marked him in ways that would take a year to undo. He stood for a long moment in the kitchen, looking at Harry, who had risen from his chair and had not quite known what to do with his hands. "Pup," said Sirius, very quietly. Harry, who had spent 3 years building a corridor in his mind and a door at the end of it that locked from the inside, found that the corridor, for the first time, did not seem to be enough room. "Hello, Sirius," he said. Sirius crossed the kitchen in 3 long thin strides and went down on one knee on the kitchen flag and put his arms around the 11-year-old who was waiting for him, and the 11-year-old, who had not been held by anyone he loved in his life that he could remember, put his arms around the man who had not held anyone he loved in 9 years, and they stayed there for a very long time without saying anything, and Lyra, at the stove, very quietly, very politely, did not turn around. When at last they separated, Sirius sat down at the kitchen table. Lyra brought him a bowl of soup he could not finish and a cup of tea he could. He looked, over the rim of the cup, at the boy who had freed him. "You are not 7, he said. "I am 11 on the inside, Sirius." "On the inside." "I will explain. There will be a great deal to explain. We have time. Eat what you can. Sleep tonight. We will start tomorrow." Sirius started to laugh. He stopped. He started again. He shook his head at the boy across the table. "Pup," he said. "Lily would have your hide for being so sensible." James would have laughed himself into a cough. I am going to need a great deal of explaining. Yes. Tomorrow. Starting tomorrow. He slept, that night, in a room 4 doors down from Harry's. He did not dream well. He was, however, the first member of Harry's family in his memory to sleep under the same roof as him, and Harry, lying in his own bed with the warm thing in his chest very large and very warm and very pleased, lay awake until very late simply to listen to the small sound of another person breathing in another room down a corridor of warm stone in a house that had never held his blood and now, at last, did. The next morning Harry took Sirius to the Great Hall. He did it slowly, by way of the kitchen door and a long flagged corridor, so that the man who had stepped out of the fire the night before could put a hand against the wall when he needed to without being asked if he needed to. They sat in the round of pale daylight on the floor under the round window. The portrait of Rowena, on her easel, had been wheeled out at her own request and stood now angled into the corner so that she could observe without imposing. Lyra had brought tea. She had brought, also, a small soft blanket, which she had laid across Sirius's knees without asking and without making a show of it. "Pup," Sirius said. He was holding the cup with both hands. The hands were steadier this morning than they had been the night before. "Tell me what I missed." Harry told him. He told him the whole of it. He told him about the warm thing in his chest waking on the morning of his 7th birthday. He told him about Braca at the door of number 4 and Petunia undone in the hallway and Sharpax in the office behind the green velvet. He told him about the bindings and the fragment and the rings. He told him about Lyra and the moor and the door with the steel plate. He told him about Rowena, who at this point in the telling raised one painted eyebrow from her easel and said only, "Continue, Lord Potter, I am enjoying it." He told him about Athene and the old tongue and Salazar's notes and the curse master and the unmaking of the fragment. He told him, last, about the plan, and about Bones, and about Cynthia Pollux, and about the leak that had brought the headmaster's letter to the bank. Sirius listened. He did not interrupt. He set the cup down once to wipe his eyes with the heel of his hand and picked the cup up again. When Harry was finished, the pale daylight had moved a foot across the floor and the hall was very quiet. "Pup," Sirius said. "I am going to need to sit down with all of that for a while. I am going to need, also, to apologize to you for 9 years of being where I was." "You do not need to apologize. I am going to anyway. I sent you to Hagrid that night because I was not thinking and I went after the rat because I was thinking even less. I should have gone to you. I should have taken you to your mother's sister and stood on her doorstep until she opened the door, and then I should have gone for the rat, and I should not have stopped looking until I had him. I did the second part of that and I did not do the first. I am sorry. Sirius. I am 11 on the inside. I have spent the last 4 years building a place in my head where I keep the things I do not get to undo. I know which shelf you go on. You go on the shelf with my parents and my own bad nights. The shelf is well organized. You do not have to apologize. You are here. We are talking. That is enough." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. He did the thing adults did when they had decided that the small person across from them was not a small person in any of the ways that mattered. He inclined his head. He sipped his tea. "Tell me," he said, "about Bellatrix." Harry told him. He told him about Bones at the receiving table. He told him about the rotated wards. He told him about the warden's cousin. He told him that the audit had not yet returned its findings. He told him that the audit would, when it did, name names. Sirius set the cup down. He did not pick it up again. "Pup," he said, very quietly. "If she is out, then he is moving. Or someone moving for him is. She did not take herself out. She has not had the magic for years. The Dementors take it, after a while. They took mine. They would have taken hers too, except that she fed on her own anger, and the anger was, in her case, considerable. But she did not rotate her own wards. She did not have the patience. She never did. The audit will find him, whoever he is. The audit will find a name. The name will be a man. The man will not be the man who used him. There will be one more layer behind that, and another behind that, and somewhere at the back there is a wraith, or what is left of one, and the wraith is patient. I have had 9 years on a rock to think about how patient he is. He is more patient than the men working for him deserve. I know. You know. I have a piece of him in a vault under London, in a steel box in a chamber I cannot enter without Sharpax, and Sharpax cannot enter without me. I had 2 more in me when I came to the bank at 7. The first the goblins took out. The second was unmade in front of me a year ago. The first is still in the vault. I have been thinking about what to do with it. I have, also, a list of the others I think exist. Sirius stared at him. You have a list. It is not a complete list. It is a list of 7 possibles. It is in the leather wallet I carry. Athene helped me. Rowena helped me. There is a diadem at Hogwarts in a room I will be able to find without trying. There is a cup at Gringotts in a vault we cannot enter without violating the Treaty of Houses. There is a locket somewhere I have not yet placed. There is a ring at a house called Little Hangleton that is, by Sharpax's reckoning, also cursed. There is a snake which is, in some sense, a pet of his. There may be one more. The 7th I am not sure about. The 7th might be the piece in the vault. The 7th might also be, by an extremely unlikely accident I would prefer not to dwell on, a person. Sirius said a word Harry had read in books and had never been allowed to say out loud. Pup. I know. Pup. I am going to ask you to make me a promise. Yes. You are going to take me with you when you go after them. Not because you cannot do it without me. You can. You have proven it. I am asking because it is my fight too. I owe him a great deal. I do not want to die without spending some of what I owe him. Harry was quiet. The pale daylight had moved another inch. Yes, he said. When the time comes. I would like that very much. Sirius nodded. He picked up the cup. He drank the rest of the tea. He set the cup down. He looked across the hall at the painted woman in the slate robes who had been, for the past hour, watching them with an expression that was, for her, almost gentle. Lady Ravenclaw, he said. Lord Black. I have, in a general sense, been a poor godfather. I would, if you will allow it, like to make it up to him. I will be staying. You will be staying, she said, because it would not occur to him to ask you to leave, and you are wise enough to know it. You are welcome at the keep, Lord Black. You will, I hope, be useful. The pup has been working extremely hard for a number of years and he could do, in my opinion, with a small amount of irresponsible adult company, in the right doses, supervised. Sirius smiled. The smile was thin and tired and the smile of a man who had not had occasion to practice it in 9 years. The smile was, however, his. Mistress, he said. I will do my best. I will, in the doses you specify. 2 days later Madame Augusta Longbottom and her grandson Neville came up by Fleur to the kitchen. Augusta had a vulture feather hat that Harry had read about in the Prophet and which was, in the kitchen, even larger and more startling than the photographs had suggested. Neville was a round-faced, quiet boy who held his grandmother's elbow with one hand and a small wrapped parcel in the other, and who looked, when introduced to Harry, as if he was working very hard not to be afraid. Harry shook his hand. He did not crush it. He noticed, in the shaking, 3 things at once, that the magic in Neville's hand was strong, that the magic was bound badly, and that the boy had no idea about either of them. He met Neville's eyes. Neville's eyes were wide and alert and the color of wet earth. Hello, Neville, Harry said. I am very glad you came. There is cake. come and sit down. There is something I would like to tell you, in a little while, that I think will make you very happy. We have time. There is no hurry. Yes, said Neville, very quietly. All right. Augusta Longbottom, behind her grandson, looked at Harry across the kitchen, and in the look Harry read the same thing he had read in Madame Bones's look at the receiving table at the bank, the look of an adult who has decided that a child she has just met is a person she will treat as a person. He returned the look. He invited her to sit. They sat down. Lyra brought cake. Augusta took a small slice. Neville took a smaller. Sirius, to whom Augusta had bowed in a way that had clearly cost her something to perform and a great deal more to feel, sat near the fire and watched without speaking. Lord Potter, Augusta said, we have not, the Longbottoms and the Potters, been close in some years. The fault was not yours nor your father's. The fault was mine. I would like to repair it, if you will allow it. Madame Longbottom. I would like that very much. Then I will speak plainly, because there is no other way I know how to speak. My grandson was placed in my care 11 years ago when his parents were taken from him in a manner you will, in time, hear about if you have not already. He has been a quiet child. He has been a kind child. He has been, in the matter of his magic, a slow child. I have, on more than one occasion, despaired of his ever showing the talent his parents had. I tell you this because I want you to know what I have known and how I have failed in the knowing. Madam, your grandson is not slow. She paused. She turned her face toward him. The vulture feather hat trembled slightly. I beg your pardon, Lord Potter. Your grandson is not slow. Your grandson's magic has been bound. It has been bound for a long time. It was bound, by the feel of it, by a hand that meant kindness and did not understand what it was doing. I do not know whose hand. I do not need to know. The binding is poor work and it has been on him long enough that his magic has learned to expect it. It is the reason he has trouble with simple charms. It is the reason his wand, which I will guess to be the wand of a relative rather than a wand chosen for him, does not entirely listen to him. I noticed it when I shook his hand at the door. I would, with your permission and his, be willing to remove it. The removal will not be painful. It will not be quick. He will need a fortnight afterward of patience and good food and quiet. He will, at the end of the fortnight, be a boy whose magic does what he asks of it. The kitchen was, for a moment, the kind of quiet rooms become when a thing has been said aloud which has been not quite said for a very long time. Augusta Longbottom set down her plate. She looked at her grandson, who was looking at his cake, who was very quietly and very carefully not crying. Neville, she said. Yes, Gran. I owe you an apology. It is all right, Gran. It is not all right. I will deliver the apology in private later because I will not embarrass you with it in company. But I owe you one, and I am giving notice that it is coming. Lord Potter. Madam. With my grandson's permission, and with mine, I would be very grateful for your help in this matter. We will, of course, pay any fee. Madam, I am not a healer. I will accept no fee. I will, however, accept a return invitation to Longbottom Hall at some point in the next year. I have, I am told, a number of cousins of the heart in your house of which I have been ignorant. I would like to put that ignorance behind me. Augusta inclined her head 1 degree. Harry inclined his 1 degree more. Augusta inclined hers ½ a degree. Neville, watching the exchange, very slowly began to smile. He was still smiling, half an hour later, when Harry took him into the small reading cell off the third gallery of the library, with Athene at the door and Lyra in the corridor and Sirius sitting just outside reading a Daily Prophet a week out of date, and put 2 fingers very gently against the inside of Neville's wrist, and showed him, in the warm and patient tongue, where the binding was, and how it would come off. It came off in 20 minutes. Neville, on his feet, was a fraction taller than he had been when he had walked in. The cake on the kitchen table had not yet been finished when they returned, and Neville, sitting back down, lifted his fork without looking and the fork rose, of its own accord, the half-inch from the plate to his hand. He did not notice. Augusta noticed. Augusta, who did not weep in public, did not, in public, weep. She did, however, set down her teacup with both hands so as not to spill it, and she looked at Harry across the kitchen table, and she said, in the voice of a woman who has decided something, "Lord Potter. The house of Longbottom is yours when you ask for it." "Thank you, madam." "Do not thank me. Be careful with what I have just given you. It is a thing I have not given to anyone." "I know, madam." She nodded. She drank her tea. Outside, the moor went on under the wide pale sky of a summer afternoon, and the wind moved the heather in long pale waves, and the keep stood under the wind the way a stone stands under a long patient rain, and somewhere in London, Albus Dumbledore was reading, for the second time, a letter from an 11-year-old boy that had told him, in fewer than 100 words, that a great deal had changed. The board, Harry thought, was not yet set. But the pieces were on it. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Storm Crow and the Empty Manor. The first attempt to kill Harry came in late autumn of his 10th year by the world's count, in the back of an apothecary's shop in Diagon Alley, on an afternoon errand he had not intended to be there for. He had come, with Sirius and Braca, to pick up a small order of cold-pressed wormwood that Lyra needed for a tonic she was making for Sirius's hands. The hands had begun to be steadier in the months since the retrial, but Lyra had decided, in the particular way Lyra decided things, that they would be steadier still by the new year, and that the wormwood was the right wormwood for the work, and Harry, who had developed in the intervening months a serious respect for Lyra's notion of what was the right wormwood for any given work, had agreed to fetch it himself. The shop was Pollard's, 3 doors down from Twilfit and Tattings, on the slightly less reputable end of the alley. The shop was small and dark and smelled of brass polish and dried roots. The shopkeeper was an old half-blooded witch whose only flaw, Sharpax had said, was that she had a great niece in the ministry whose loyalties were, by his measurement, 93% reliable. Sirius had come along because Sirius came along to most outings now, in part because he wanted to and in part because Harry, who had not had family company for longer than he could measure, had been quietly delighted to have it. Braca had come along because Sharpax had not yet relented in his standing instruction that no member of the House of Potter would be in Diagon Alley without a goblin within 15 feet at all times. Harry had not yet turned 11, on the world's count, but he was, on the inside, 14.5. He stood eye level with Sirius. His shoulders had filled out to the limit of what his frame would allow, and the limit was, by Calder's report, more than respectable. He was wearing a long dark coat over the grey tunic he favored. The Ravenclaw ring on his right hand was bright. The Potter ring was bright. The Peverell ring was, as always, dark and quiet. The man with the knife was waiting in the back of the shop behind a curtain. He came out the moment Harry stepped past the counter to look at the small drawer of dried roots on the wall. He came out at speed and without sound, with a silvered blade in his right hand and a stunner already half-formed at the tip of an unspoken wand in his left, and he came at Harry with the focused efficiency of a man who had killed before and had not failed yet. He had not, until that moment, met Harry. Harry did 3 things in the space of one breath. He turned. He raised a silent shield in front of his sternum that bowed the stunner sideways into the wormwood drawer, where it shattered 3 vials. He drew a single rune in the air with the index finger of his right hand. The rune was the size of his palm and it was the color of a banked coal, and it lived in the air between Harry and the man for the half-second that was needed for the man's forward foot to come down. The forward foot came down inside the rune. The rune closed over it the way a steel trap closes over a paw. The man went rigid. The knife, which his arm had wanted to bring down, did not come down. The arm did not move. The other arm did not move. The mouth, which had begun to speak the word that would have completed the second spell, did not finish the word. Harry took 2 steps backward. Sirius, behind him, drew a wand he had been issued at his retrial and pointed it, in the long even stance Calder had been working with him on for 3 months, at the man's chest. Braca, besides Sirius, made a single small gesture with his free hand that closed the door of the shop and sealed it with a goblin glyph. The shopkeeper, behind the counter, did not scream. She was the kind of shopkeeper, Harry would later learn, whose only response to attempted murder in her premises was to fold her arms and frown and to call across the shop in a low dry voice, "Will it be a great deal of mess, my lord, or only a small one?" "A small one, Madam Pollard," Harry said, without taking his eyes from the man in the room. "If you will allow Mr. Braca to summon the Aurors, I will see to it that nothing more breaks. Braca, dear, the flue is to your right. Try not to track on my rug." The Aurors arrived in 11 minutes. Madam Bones arrived in 12. The man in the room, when his rigidity was released by Harry's clean unbinding of the shape, said nothing. He was a hired wand. He had a tattoo on the inside of his left forearm that was not the mark, but was a thing that had been used, in some quarters, as a small private mark of fealty by men who had taken the mark and could no longer wear it openly. The tattoo was a single small stylized bat. Bones knew the mark. She did not, at the time, name it. She did, however, take a slow breath and look at Harry across the shop with a measured patience that had something in it of grief. "Lord Potter," she said. "Are you hurt?" "No, Madam Bones." "Did you do that?" "Yes, Madam Bones." "What was it?" "A rune of suspension, madam. From the Skellig hand. Old work. Not commonly taught." "How old?" "A little over 1,000 years. Where did you learn it?" "From a book. I would prefer, if it does not offend you, not to name the library." "It does not offend me. I will not press it." "Lord Potter." "Madam. 2 more things. Firstly, tomorrow morning, every paper in Britain is going to know that an attempt was made on your life by a man wearing a private mark of fealty. The papers are going to know because 3 customers were across the street with their faces pressed to the window, and the news will, in the manner of news, find its own way out. I tell you this so that you can plan for it. Secondly, the man with the bat tattoo is, in my judgment, the 3rd or 4th in a chain of about 6, and the chain ends in a very tall house in the country. I am not, today, naming the house. I will, in due course, name it. I tell you this because you have the right to know that I am working on it. Are we clear?" "Yes, Madam Bones." "Good. Go home. Eat something. I will send you a note tomorrow. Try not, in the next 3 days, to be in any small dim shops alone." "I will try, Madam Bones." She was right about the papers. The Daily Prophet ran the story under a headline 36 point. The Quibbler ran it under a headline somewhat larger. By the end of the next week the phrase "the storm heir" had appeared in print 4 times, in 3 publications, and had begun, in the diffuse way these things move, to be the way Harry Potter was referred to by people who had read about him but not met him. The phrase was not Harry's. He had not asked for it. He did not, when it reached him by Sharpak's note over breakfast, deny it. He folded the note. He poured himself another cup of tea. He went on with his morning. It was, in the end, useful to have a name people had agreed to call him before he gave them one. Bones's note arrived the next morning by official courier. It was short. It read, "Lord Potter. The man with the bat tattoo has been in custody since last night. He has not, under questioning, named his employer. He has, however, in the course of his second interview, said 2 sentences that have made my afternoon. The first was, 'I was paid by a man whose face I did not see.' The second was, 'The face I did not see was wearing a ministry-issue glamour that has not been authorized for personal use in 8 years. We are working backward from the glamour. I will write again when I have something.'" A.B. Harry read the note twice. He passed it to Sirius. Sirius read it twice. Sirius said only, "She is good." "She is very good," Harry said. Sirius. "There is a chart in my reading cell. I will show you tonight. The chart has a column for ministry, a column for Wisengamot, and a column for other. It has had 2 names in the other column for a year. I am about to add a third. I would like to know what you think. Tonight, then. Tonight." The Animagus work had been going on for 2 years by the inside count. He had begun it under Rowena's instruction at the end of his 9th inside year, with the meditation she had designed, holding the leaf of a single bay laurel against the soft palette for the time it took to recite, in his mind, the old tongue version of his name 3 times without losing the thread. The leaf had been the standard tool. The recitation had been the discipline. The form had taken its time. The form had begun to come into focus in the spring of his 11th inside year, in dreams first, the way Animagus forms always began. He had dreamed of wings he could not see the color of. He had dreamed of a long high cry across a black sky. He had dreamed, twice, of standing at the edge of a cliff in a wind that smelled of salt and ozone, and lifting himself, and not falling. He had told Rowena. Rowena had said only, "Continue. The dreams are not the form. The form is what holds when you are not dreaming." The form had held, at last, on a Tuesday morning in the inner ward chamber under the keep, 3 weeks after the attempt at Pollard's, in front of Rowena's portrait on her easel and Sirius sitting on a stool against the far wall with his hands clasped between his knees and Lyra kneeling at the door with a small clean towel over her arm. It had not been graceful. The first transformation never was. He had felt the shape of himself become unstable, which was both more disorienting and more exact than the books had suggested, and he had pushed through it, very slowly, the way a swimmer pushes up through a long blue weight of water, and at the top of the push he had broken the surface, and had stood on his own feet for one final breath as a boy, and had then stepped sideways out of his shape into the shape he had been waiting to find. There had been a very long silence in the chamber. Sirius, on the stool, had said, with reverence, "Oh, pup." Rowena, on the easel, had said, "Well. That is unusual." The shape was a bird. It was about the size of a young eagle, with a wingspan that would, full-grown, nearly reach across the great hall. Its feathers were the color of a sky just before lightning, deep blue at the wingtips and silver at the breast and shading to a bruised iron at the back of the neck. Its beak was black. Its eyes, as he had been told they would be, were his own. Across the long primary feathers of its left wing, in a pattern that was not a marking and was not a scar, ran 3 thin jagged silver lines, from shoulder to tip, that gave off, in the dim light of the chamber, a faint clean glow. He flexed his wings once. The chamber was nearly large enough. He folded them. Athene, who had drifted in from somewhere and who did not, by long policy, enter the lower chamber unless something interesting was happening there, stood at the inner door with her blue light pulled in close around her like a shawl. She looked at the bird on the floor for a long quiet moment. "Lord," she said. "That is not a wholly natural form." He could not, in the form, speak. He held the form for 3 breaths longer. He let it down. He was on the floor on his hands and knees, breathing, with Lyra at his shoulder and Sirius reaching for him and Rowena, on her easel, very quietly saying, "Help him to the stool, please." When he had his breath back, he sat. He looked at Athene. He waited. "There is no name in the books for what you are," she said, slowly. "There is, however, a long old paragraph in one of the books in the inner stack, in Salazar's hand, in which he describes a form that he believed was the form of a wizard of the old line who had been touched by the mark of death and had lived. He called it, in the snake tongue, by a name that does not translate cleanly into English. The closest we have is storm crow, with the older sense of the word crow that was used to mean any large dark bird of the air. The marking on your wing is the mark. He believed the form to be, in some manner, a small living memorial of the survival. The form was not, in his time, common. It was not, in fact, recorded in his time. Your bird is the second known. The second. The first was sketched by Rowena, in her own hand, in a book in the Eastern Archive that she has, in her wisdom, never let me show you. Rowena, on the easel, said nothing. Her painted grey eyes were thoughtful. The first, Athene continued, was, by the date of the sketch, one of Rowena's children. The chamber was very quiet for a moment. Then Rowena said, "Continue, Lord Potter. We will discuss it in due course. Stand up. Try the change again. You will need to learn the form. The form is yours by every definition. Use it." He used it. He tried the change 3 more times that morning. By the third attempt the change took account of 2 breaths and the landing was clean. By the end of the week he could change with a thought. By the end of the month he could fly. He flew, the first time, at dawn, from the eastern courtyard of the keep across the moor and back, with Sirius standing in the courtyard with both hands shielding his eyes against the rising sun, and Lyra at the kitchen door with a small linen cloth pressed to her mouth, and Athene unseen but, Harry knew, watching from the round window of the great hall. He climbed. He banked. The air moved under his wings the way water moves over the skin of a child of the dry world the first time the child finds it. He cried out once, in the high clear voice the form had given him, and the cry travelled across the moor and came back to the keep against the stone, and the stone, for a long moment after, made a sound under the cry that was almost an answer. He landed in the courtyard. He shifted. He stood. He laughed, for the first time in his life, the way a child laughs. Sirius caught him in a long thin embrace. Lyra brought him bread. The storm air, the papers had been calling him. The papers had not been wrong. 3 weeks after the first flight, on the 10th day of what Lyra was calling the late winter and Sirius was calling the cold one, Harry took possession of Potter Manor. It had been waiting. The wards had been laid down in the 1860s by his great-great-grandfather Henry Potter, a man Sharpak spoke of with the quiet professional admiration goblins reserved for wizards who had read goblin contracts before signing them. The wards were good. The wards had held. The manor had not been entered by an unfriendly party in over a century. The manor had not, however, been opened by a friendly one in 9 years either, and the dust, when Harry pushed the great oak door open and stepped into the entry hall of his father's house for the first time, lay over everything in a thick even grey. Sirius came in behind him. He stopped a step inside the door. He did not move for a long time. "James used to slide down that banister in his socks," he said, very quietly. "He did it the night before the wedding. He went over the end and into that table and broke a Potter family heirloom that had survived Cromwell. Lily nearly killed him." "Which heirloom?" "That little porcelain owl on the mantel. The one with the chip. The one in the entry hall mantel. The one Lyra pointed at this morning and said do not touch under any circumstance because the chip is held in place by old magic. That one, yes. I will not touch it. Good lad." He turned. Sirius was crying. Sirius had been crying, in small quiet ways, off and on, since he had come up to the keep from St. Mungo's. Harry had learned not to comment on it. He stood beside Sirius in the entry hall of his father's house and put a hand at Sirius's elbow and waited until Sirius had brought the cuff of his sleeve up across his face. Then they walked through the house. The house was 40 rooms. The house was a long low-eaved Tudor manor in the West Country, set in its own park, with a long white drive and an avenue of plane trees that Lyra would have to have words with before they gave the manor any more bother. The house had a library on the first floor that was not the library at the keep but was, in its own modest way, a Potter library, 3 centuries of Potter family notebooks and a small careful collection of practical charms and a long low shelf of Lily Evans's Transfiguration journals. Harry stood in the library for a long time in front of the low shelf of his mother's journals. He did not, that day, open them. He laid one hand flat on the topmost cover. He left them there. He would come back when he could come back. The kitchens at the manor were considerably larger than the kitchen at the keep. A small house elf came out from behind the bread oven on the third day of cleaning and dropped to the flagstones in front of Harry and pressed his forehead to the stones and said, in a voice that had not been used in a long time and yet retained a hopeful pitch, "Lord Potter. Tipsy is here." Tipsy was very small when the Lord was very small. Tipsy hid under the floor when the bad night came. Tipsy waited. Tipsy is here. Harry did, in the moment, what every reasonable adult would have done. He went down on one knee. He put his hand on the small thin shoulder. He said, very quietly, "Tipsy. Welcome back. The Lord is here. The Lord is glad to see you. Tipsy may stand up. Tipsy may help us. Lyra will be coming by Fleur this evening. Lyra will be very glad too." There was a second house elf, that they found on the fifth day, behind the wall in the cellar where she had wedged herself 9 years previously and had not eaten since. She was very thin and very old and her name was Mim. There was no third. 2 had survived. It would, Harry decided silently in the cellar, have to be enough. On the 7th day Dobby came to the manor. He was not invited. He arrived in the kitchen with the sound a pebble makes when dropped into a deep pool, and he stood on the flagstones in his old pillowcase with his ears trembling and his eyes very wide and his hands twisting around themselves, and he said, all in one breath, "The great Lord Potter must not stay at this house. Dobby has been sent. Dobby cannot tell the great Lord Potter who has sent Dobby because Dobby cannot. But Dobby has been sent to tell the great Lord Potter that the great Lord Potter must not stay at this house, and the great Lord Potter must not go to Hogwarts in the autumn, and Dobby is sorry, and Dobby must punish himself for telling, and Dobby." "Yes, Lord Potter. You will not punish yourself in this kitchen." "But, Dobby, I am Lord Potter and Lord Peveril and Lord Ravenclaw and I am telling you, by the authority of 3 houses, that you will not, in this kitchen or in any room of this house, raise your hand against yourself. Do you understand?" Dobby stood very still. The trembling stopped. The fingers stopped twisting. "Yes, Lord Potter." "Good. Now, Dobby, I cannot ask you to break the bond your master has on you. I can, however, offer you a different bond. You will be free of your master if you accept the offer. The offer is this. Will Dobby join the House of Potter as a free elf, paid in the small ways elves are paid, with a bedroom in the kitchen wing and a uniform of his own choosing? Will Dobby?" Dobby began to cry. He did not stop crying for nearly an hour. He was given, in due course, a bedroom in the kitchen wing. He was given, by his own choosing, a uniform that consisted of a small clean linen tunic and a pair of woolen socks of a slightly louder yellow than Harry would have chosen but which were not, Harry decided, his to choose. He was bonded by Braca the next morning by formal contract, witnessed by Lyra, signed by Harry. The man Dobby's previous master was, Dobby was not, in the strict sense, supposed to name. Harry did not need him to. Lucius Malfoy had been the only wizard in Britain in the last decade with the means and the temperament to have sent Dobby to warn off the storm heir, and Harry, who had been keeping a small black notebook for some years on the matter of who in Britain had been moving against him, did not need Dobby's confirmation to put a dark line through the name. He thanked Dobby for the warning. He told Dobby that he intended, very specifically, both to stay at the manor and to go to Hogwarts in the autumn. He asked Dobby if Dobby had heard anything else. Dobby, after a long internal struggle, said only that the master had been receiving a great many letters lately, and that one of the letters had a small black seal that Dobby did not know but did not like, and that the master had become, after reading that letter, quieter in a way that made Dobby afraid. Harry filed the observation in the notebook. He put a hand on Dobby's shoulder. He thanked him. Dobby went, sniffling but bright, to begin work in the kitchen wing. On the 11th day at the manor, on the anniversary of the night, Harry went, for the first time in his life, to Godric's Hollow. He went alone. Sirius offered to come. Harry said, "Not this time, please." Sirius understood. Braca stood at the gate of the cottage at the end of the lane, out of sight, well within range. Lyra had insisted on a small basket of flowers that Harry carried under his arm. The cottage was cordoned by a low rope. The roof was still half fallen in. The garden had grown wild around it. Harry did not go inside. He stood at the rope. He looked at the front door. He had no memory of the night. He had only the green light, which was in fact not even his own memory, and which was in any case unmade now. He had no face for his mother that he had not seen in a photograph. He had no voice for his father that he had not heard in 3 sentences from Sirius. He had, today, nothing to say that he had not already said, and so he said the simplest thing he had. "Mom. Dad. I am here. I am alive. I am safe. I am being looked after by people who love me. I am 11 on the inside and I have been doing the work. I am going to Hogwarts in the autumn. I am going to finish the thing he started, the man who came here that night. I am going to do it carefully. I am going to do it slowly. I am going to do it well. I am going to do it because you asked me, by living, to be the person who would do it. I am sorry I cannot remember you. I have, instead, been working on becoming the kind of person you would have liked. I think I am close. I will keep working. I love you. I will come back." He laid the flowers at the base of the rope. He turned. He walked back down the lane to where Braca was waiting. He did not, at any point, cry. He had cried once in the great hall at the keep, in the small hours of the morning after Sirius had come, when no one had been awake to see it. He had decided, then, that he would keep the crying for a small set of very particular places. The lane outside the cottage, this year, was not one of them. He walked back to the gate. He walked through it. He apparat, with Braca's hand at his elbow, back to the bank. A week after Godric's Hollow, on a cold clear afternoon at the keep, Harry was in the round reading room at the top of the south gallery with a Hogwarts, a history open in his lap when he closed his eyes against a small odd pull at the back of his skull, just over the place his scar had been. The pull was not painful. It had no shape. It did, in the way of certain very old pieces of work, have a small specific direction. He held the warm thing in his chest very gently. He held the awareness of his 3 rings very gently. He turned his attention along the line of the pull, the way a man turns his face along the line of a wind. The pull went north. It went north a long way. It went north and slightly west. It went, by the careful internal measurement Athene had taught him over the previous year, to a place that was approximately the 7th floor of a tall many-cornered building in the Highlands of Scotland, in a particular corridor opposite a tapestry of a man being beaten with a club by a number of small dancing trolls. He opened his eyes. He set the book down. He sat for a long while. He went, in his head, through the 7 possibles in the leather wallet. He brought up, in his head, the section in his notes where he had written, "Diadem of Ravenclaw, last seen in the school in the early 1940s, vanished, possibly retaken by a student of the school in the same period for purposes unknown." He laid his right hand flat on the warm wood of the reading desk. The Ravenclaw ring was bright on his finger. The diadem of Ravenclaw, lost for 50 years, was at Hogwarts. The diadem of Ravenclaw, more importantly, was a thing of his house and could be felt, by him, the way a sailor feels his ship in the harbor at night. He had not before tried to feel it. He had not before known he could. He went down to the kitchen. Sirius was at the table reading the late Daily Prophet. Lyra was kneading bread. Sirius. Pup. In the autumn, when I am at the school, I will have a small extra job to do in the first week. Athene and I have been doing the math. The diadem is there. It has, in some sense, been waiting for me. I will retrieve it. I will not engage with the rest of the building's politics until that small job is done. Sirius set down the paper. He did not, by long discipline, react. Where in the school? 7th floor. There is a room with a wall in front of it. The wall, when asked by the right form of the right question in the right tongue, opens. I have been reading about it for 2 months. The diadem is in the room. I will be in and out in an hour. All right. That is all the comment, Sirius. All the comment, pup. We will talk about the rest of the schedule in due course. Quirrell. Yes. You can feel him too. I can feel a small high cold thing where the back of his head is. It is faint. It is sitting on something it is not. I will know more when I see him. I have been preparing. I will need help. We will plan when the school year is in its first week. All right. Lyra set down the dough. She covered the bowl. She turned. She looked at Harry across the kitchen with the patient flat assessment of a small fierce woman who had been doing inventory for 800 years. My lord. Yes, Lyra. You will eat well at the school. You will sleep at the school enough that I, here, am not awake at 3 in the morning calculating your weight in my head. You will write. You will write twice a week if not 3 times. You will fly home for Sundays. You will do all of this even when you do not feel like doing all of this. Do we have an understanding? Yes, Lyra. Good. Sit. There is bread in 20 minutes. Sirius will help me cut it. That night, at the keep, he stood on the parapet of the eastern courtyard, in the small clean wind off the moor, in the form of the storm crow, with the silver lines along his left wing throwing back what little light the moon had to give. He did not fly. He stood. He looked east, toward the place that had been the cottage at Godric's Hollow, and west, toward the place that would, in the autumn, be Hogwarts. The wind moved his feathers. The mark in his wing glowed, quiet and steady. The warm thing in his chest, very large now, very warm, very awake, sat under his breastbone and waited. He shifted. He stood on the parapet as a boy. He looked out across the moor. Lyra came up beside him, on small bare feet, and put a small hand against the back of his hand on the parapet, and stood with him. Sirius came up after a moment and stood on his other side. They did not, the 3 of them, speak. The wind moved the heather in long pale waves. Lyra. Yes, my lord. In the autumn I leave for Hogwarts. Yes, my lord. I will be back. Often. The flu is open. I will come for weekends. I will come for the holidays. I will come whenever I can. Yes, my lord. I would like, before I go, for you to begin teaching Dobby and Tipsy and Mim how the library works. Not what is in it. How it works. Who is allowed in it. Who is not. What to do if anyone tries. They will need to know. I will not be here every day. Yes, my lord. And, Lyra. Yes, my lord. Thank you. For the 4 years. She did not answer for a moment. The wind moved across the parapet. It is my honor, my lord, she said, very softly. It has been my honor. That night Sirius stood in the small reading cell off the 3rd gallery with his hands in his pockets and a small frown of professional respect on his face, and looked, for the first time, at the chart. The chart filled the long western wall of the cell from waist height to chin height. It had been drawn in 3 colors of ink on a panel of parchment that Lyra had stretched across a wooden frame 6 months earlier and had pinned, at Harry's request, in such a way that it could be rolled and stowed without losing the work on it. There were 3 columns, Ministry, Wisengamot, and Other. There were 41 names on it. There were lines, drawn in a careful hand, between names. There were small dates against some lines and small numbers in brackets against others. There was, in the bottom right corner, a small key. Sirius read it for a long time without speaking. "Pup," he said at last. "This is the work of a man who knows what he is doing. This is the work of a boy who has been reading the public record for 2 years and has had Athene make discreet inquiries through bank channels for 1. There is a great deal that is missing. There is a great deal that is wrong. The third column is, as I said, the column I trust the least. Look at the small black mark in the lower left of the column. That is the third name I am about to add. The man with the bat tattoo's employer." Sirius looked. He read the small handwritten note Harry had pinned beside the mark. He nodded, once. "What do you want from me?" "I want you to look at the lines that connect the third column to the second column. I think there are at least 4 lines I have missed. You will have heard things at the trial. You will have heard, also, things in St. Mungo's. You will see the lines I have not." Sirius spent 2 hours in front of the chart. He drew, with a quill Harry handed him, 6 lines Harry had not drawn. He named, against 3 of those lines, names Harry had not yet had cause to write down. When he was finished he stepped back and looked at the chart and said, very quietly, "Pup. There are more of them than you have written. I know. I will keep adding. Thank you, Sirius. This is the way it gets done. 1 name at a time. 1 line at a time. You are doing it the way it has to be done. I am proud of you. I am also, in a small selfish way, glad that I am doing the looking with you and not against you. You are family. We do not look against each other. No, pup. We do not. In a sealed vault 3 levels under London, in a steel box made for the purpose, the small shrunken dark thing that had been pulled from the scar of a 7-year-old boy 4 years previously stirred, very slightly, against the inside of its container, and was held. In a tall house in the country, in a study lit by green fire, a tall pale man laid down a small black sealed letter and looked into the fire for a very long time, and did not, when his elf came in to remove the cup at his elbow, turn his head. In a small cell at the bottom of a tower in a place that was no longer Azkaban but had not yet been named, a thin gaunt woman with mad eyes and a great deal of fresh patient anger laughed once, very softly, and went on with her own work. In a stone keep on a moor under a wide pale sky, a boy who was 11 on the world's count and 14.5 on the inside stood with a house elf's hand on his hand and his godfather at his shoulder and the smell of rain on the wind, and considered the autumn, and was ready. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Letter Comes. Harry was in the kitchen at Potter Manor on the morning the letter came. He was 11 years old by the world's count for the 7th of 9 days. He had been 11 on the inside for a great deal longer than he had been 11 on the outside, and had, by his own quiet preference, stopped counting the difference. He was eating toast. The owl came in by the open window over the sink. It was a tawny school owl with a small worn satchel at its leg, and it landed, with some dignity, on the back of the chair opposite him. It held out its leg. Tipsy, who had been polishing the brass on the stove, came over and took the satchel from the owl's leg with the polite efficiency of a small house elf who had been waiting 40 years for a Hogwarts letter to arrive at the manor and who was not going to be rushed in the moment. The letter was addressed in green ink to Mr. H. J. Potter, the kitchen, long table, right-hand side, Potter Manor. Harry took the letter. He thanked the owl. He gave the owl a small piece of bacon. The owl took the bacon and went back out the window with the slightly wounded air of a working animal who had hoped for a sausage. Tipsy returned to the brass. Harry opened the letter. He read it. He laid it on the table. He poured himself a second cup of tea. Sirius. Pup. Sirius was reading the prophet at the other end of the table. He did not look up. It came. It came. I will write Madam Bones to make sure they got the address right. They got the address right. The address is, in fact, slightly worrying. The quill knows where I sit at breakfast. The quill knows where everyone sits at breakfast. The quill is the worst-kept secret in magical Britain. It is a worse-kept secret now than it was a week ago. There is a small note in the inner envelope from Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. It says, in a dry friendly tone, that the headmaster wishes a member of staff to call upon me at my convenience to escort me to Diagon Alley for school supplies. She suggests Wednesday, the 21st. She suggests Hagrid. Sirius lowered the prophet. Hagrid, he said. Pup, do you know about Hagrid? I know that he is the gamekeeper, that he loves dangerous animals more than is wise, that he was expelled in his 3rd year for a charge that was not true, that he is loyal to the headmaster the way the headmaster is loyal to himself, and that he is, by every account, a kind man who can be trusted with the small things and not with the large ones. I know also that the headmaster is, in this particular matter, sending him because he hopes that I will be soft with him. Which I will be. I am very fond, in advance, of Hagrid. He is not the threat. The threat is what the headmaster will pump him for over tea at the school the next morning. I will, accordingly, be careful about which questions I let him ask. All right, pup. Wednesday the 21st. We will be at the bank for breakfast. He will meet us at the cauldron at 10. Yes. Wednesday the 21st was clear and cool, and Hagrid was waiting at the back door of the leaky cauldron in an enormous moleskin coat, with his great beard tidied for the occasion and his small kind eyes a little anxious and his enormous hands holding, with what was meant to be casual ease, a small white envelope tied with a length of red string. Mr. Potter, he said. Sir. Professor McGonagall said to give ye this. I'm Rubeus Hagrid. I'm the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I knew your mum and dad, sir. Not very well. Knew of M more than knew M. They was good people. I'm sorry. Sorry ye lost M. Harry, who had spent 2 days planning his side of the conversation with Sirius and Athene and who had, in the planning, decided that the kindest version of himself would also be the most useful version of himself, took the envelope. He took it gently. He set it in the inside pocket of his coat. He held out his hand. Mr. Hagrid. I am very glad to meet you. I am Harry. Sirius has told me about you. He has, in particular, told me about a baby blanket and a flying motorbike. Hagrid, who had not been expecting any of that, made a small sound and took Harry's hand and shook it the way a large man takes the hand of a small thing he is afraid of breaking. Harry's hand survived. They walked, together, into the cauldron. Tom the barman recognized Hagrid. Tom the barman did not, by good fortune, recognize Harry. Sirius, who had come ahead in a long hooded coat, drank a cup of black coffee at a table in the corner and watched without watching. He had agreed, against his preference, to let Hagrid have his moment. In Diagon Alley, in the broad daylight, Harry let Hagrid show him the alley as if for the first time. He let himself look at the broomstick window. He let himself ask about the moving photograph in the Quidditch shop. He let himself stop, with a polite small expression of surprise, at the door of Madame Malkin's, where a small pale boy with very pale hair was standing on a stool while a witch with pins in her mouth measured his sleeve. Hogwarts, dear, said Madame Malkin pleasantly. Yes, Harry said. Stand here. Madam, would you mind if my own assistant takes the gentleman? The measurements will take only a moment. He stood on the next stool. He was eye level with the pale boy on the next stool. The pale boy looked at him. The pale boy did not, at first, recognize him. The pale boy never had, in the Daily Prophet, gotten a clear photograph. The bank had seen to that. The pale boy gave him the small assessing once-over of a child who had been raised to give people once-overs. He found, in the once-over, a boy in a long dark coat with a tunic of expensive plain weave and 3 rings on his hand. Hello, said the pale boy. Are you starting Hogwarts? Yes. Father says all the best families are sending. My family has been at Hogwarts for 9 generations. I am Draco. Draco Malfoy. How do you do, Harry said. I am Harry Potter. The pale boy was silent for the count of 3. He did not, in the silence, do anything obvious. He did, however, do a number of small recalculations behind his small pale face. When he spoke again, his tone had been adjusted by the count of half a degree, in a direction that was meant to be friendly and was not quite. It was the tone of a child who had been coached on what to say to a Potter and had not been coached on what to say to this Potter. You are the storm heir. That is what the papers have been calling me. I think the papers like an alliteration. My father says it is a serious thing to be the heir of 3 houses at 11. It is a serious thing. I have, the past 4 years, done a great deal of serious work. I was lucky to have the resources to do it. Many in our world are not. I would like, when I am at the school, to be useful where I can. I imagine you would too. The pale boy considered. The pale boy did not know what to do with the response. He had been coached on contempt and he had been coached on flattery and he had been coached on a small set of provocations to test for blood loyalty. He had not been coached on Harry Potter offering to be useful. My father, he said, slowly, would like to invite you to the manor for tea. At your convenience. I thank your father for the invitation. I am going to be very busy in the autumn. I will write him after the new year, if I may, when I have my schedule in hand. I look forward to making his acquaintance properly. Madame Malkin is finished with my left sleeve. I should not be standing on her stool any longer than she needs me to. Good day, Mr. Potter. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. He stepped down from the stool. He paid for his robes. He bowed, very slightly, to the pale boy on the next stool. He left the shop with Hagrid at his elbow and Sirius, behind him, pretending to be reading a notice board in the alley. Sirius, he could see in the corner of his eye, was hiding a grin. Outside, Hagrid said, in a low rumble, your father wouldn't have liked him. My father, by all accounts, would have hexed him in the foyer. I am, by training, a different kind of Potter. Mr. Malfoy and I will, in the long run, have some conversations. The conversations will go better if I have not started them by hexing his son in his tailor's shop. Now, Hagrid, tell me about the Quidditch World Cup. Sirius says you saw the final. Hagrid told him about the Quidditch World Cup all the way to Ollivanders. Harry listened. Harry asked questions. Harry was, as instructed by both Sirius and his own better instincts, a good audience. By the time they reached the small narrow door of the wand shop, Hagrid was smiling, in his beard, the way a large kind man smiles when he has found that a child he had been worried about is, in his estimation, all right. Ollivander was in the back of the shop dusting a row of long boxes. He turned at the sound of the bell. He looked at Harry across the shop. The look took inventory. The look found, in the looking, a great deal more than it had been expecting. Mr. Potter, he said. His voice had a soft brittle quality, the way old paper has when it is new to a person who has not handled old paper before. Yes. Of course. I had been expecting you. I have, in fact, been expecting you for some time. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. Mr. Potter. May I ask, before we begin, a question that may be slightly forward? You may. You are wearing 3 rings of 3 houses. You are wearing, additionally, a small chain at the throat which I will not, by old courtesy, name the maker of. You have, by my reckoning, been doing wandless work for some years. May I ask whether you currently use a focus? I have a calibration rod, sir. Provided by Director Sharpax 4 years ago. May I see it, please? Harry reached into his coat. He brought out the small dark rod. He laid it on the counter. Ollivander looked at it without touching it. Ollivander took, after a moment, a very small magnifier from his apron, and he held it over the rod, and he made a small thoughtful sound. Mr. Potter. Sir. This rod has, by the look of it, 3 months of useful life left in it. Do you know that? I had begun to suspect, sir. You will, at some point in the autumn, find that it dissolves in your hand. You will not need to be told that it is time. Most wizards never reach that point. I do not consider that a tragedy. I consider it a description of the average wizard. You are not, as it happens, going to be average. Which is why we are going to do, this morning, 2 things in this shop, one of them traditional and one of them not. Sir. The traditional thing first. I am going to bring out a set of wands and you are going to try them. We will find one that suits you. The wand is a tool. The wand is not your magic. You know this. You know it better than most wizards your age. We are going to find you a tool that will be honest with you. After that, we are going to do the second thing. The second thing is that I am, with your permission, going to refer you to a young friend of mine, a goblin wandsmith named Tarkin, who will make you a custom secondary focus for runic work. You will need it. The general-purpose wand will not, by its nature, carry runic sequences. The goblin will. Are we agreed? We are agreed, sir. It took 23 wands. The first 11 were polite refusals. The wand for which Ollivander, in another life, would have been remembered as a man of taste, the holly and phoenix feather, was the 17th. It came warm into Harry's hand at the very moment Harry was thinking that the 17th wand was, by Ollivander's count, going to be the one. The wand sang a small clear note when it found him. It was a clean, quiet, useful sound. Ollivander, behind the counter, set down his measuring tape and looked, for a long moment, at the wand and at Harry both. Curious, he said, very softly. Curious. Sir. The phoenix whose tail feather is in that wand gave, in its life, only one other feather. The other feather sits in the wand of the wizard who gave you that scar. I tell you this, Mr. Potter, not to alarm you. I tell you because in my long experience, when a wand chooses a wielder, the choice is rarely an accident. Yours is a wand that has been waiting for you. The other was the wand that did its damage. The brother wands are an unusual pairing. You will, in the autumn, do extraordinary things with your wand. I will not, today, say more about it. Mr. Potter. Yes, sir. Thank you for the courtesy of your patience. I am, in the trade, regarded as a strange old man. You have not made me feel strange. It is appreciated. Of course, sir. Mr. Tarkin. He will be expecting you. He is 2 streets over. The shop is unmarked. The custom rod, when it was made, took 3 sittings and the better part of a week. Harry did not, for it, choose any of the woods Ollivander had laid out for him. He chose, with Athene's quiet advice from the library, a piece of bog oak the length of his forefinger that had been pulled, by old goblin contract, from a moor in the Highlands. The core was a single fibre drawn from the wing of his own first molted feather, given in his storm crow form into Tarkin's hand. The binding around the grip was a thin silver wire engraved, in a hand that did not show its work, with the runic form of his old tongue name. The rod, when he closed his hand on it the morning he came to collect it, hummed once against his palm and went quiet. Tarkin did not smile. Goblins did not. Tarkin did, however, incline his head an unusual 2 degrees. Lord Potter. Master Tarkin. It will not break. Thank you, Master Tarkin. It will not, also, do anything you do not ask it to do. I will not, by the same token, be responsible for what you do ask it to do. Understood. At the very end of the Diagon morning, when Harry had paid for his books and his cauldron and the small leather-bound journal he had picked up at Flourish and Blots on a personal whim, Hagrid had asked, with the casual air of a man covering for an errand he had not been told to advertise, whether Harry would mind a brief stop at the bank. Harry had said, very politely, that he had business of his own at the bank that he had been intending to see to anyway, and that he would be glad to walk over with him. The bank, when they arrived at the steps, was the bank as Harry had known it for 4 years, tall, cool, indifferent. Hagrid, in front of him, had gone to the high counter at the long left wall and had spoken to the goblin behind it in a low rumble. He had presented a small heavy envelope sealed with a familiar gold and red wax. The goblin had read the seal, had nodded once, and had summoned a cart runner. Harry, behind Hagrid, had stood at a respectful distance and had not pried. He had used the time to greet, by his small measured nod, 2 of the counter goblins he knew well enough to nod to. He had used the time, also, to feel out the room. The thing in his chest, which had become a steady patient tool over 4 years, told him with a small dry certainty that Hagrid's errand was for the small object Sharpax had named for him a week earlier. The stone. The headmaster's particular project. The lure he had been intending, in the autumn, to set in the 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side. Harry had not, in advance of today, been entirely sure. He had wanted to be sure. The cart runner returned in 12 minutes. The little parcel that Hagrid tucked into the inside pocket of his moleskin coat was, to a man not paying attention, not a parcel of any consequence. It was the size of a goose egg and it was wrapped in a square of grimy paper. The thing in Harry's chest, which had been doing the noticing, told him that the egg-sized parcel was the wrong color in the room, the way a high single note can be the wrong color in a room of low murmurs. He filed the information. He did not mention the stone. He did not look at the parcel. He went up to the counter, with Hagrid drinking down a small private glass of water beside the door, and made his own small piece of business with Braca, which was to deposit 2 sealed letters into the bank's overnight care. The letters were for Madame Bones and for Sirius, respectively, and they contained, in his neat hand, the day's news in small. Braca took the letters. Braca inclined his head 1 degree. Harry inclined his half a degree more. They left. Hagrid was, for the rest of the walk back to the cauldron, the warmest and most relieved version of Hagrid. He had not, in his life, been a man comfortable carrying things he had been told to carry without being told why. He was, in fact, by the small relaxation in his shoulders, no longer carrying the thing alone in his head. He would, Harry understood, mention to the headmaster that Mr. Potter had been very polite and had not asked any questions about the errand. The headmaster would, accordingly, conclude that Mr. Potter was not curious about the stone. The headmaster would be wrong about that, but he would be wrong in the direction Harry preferred. The 1st of September came in due course, the way the 1st of September has always come in for first years at Hogwarts, very quickly for those who were not ready, and with the slow patience of an inevitability for those who were. Harry rose at 5. He bathed. He dressed in the school robes Madame Malkin had made for him, which were of a slightly heavier black wool than was strictly required and which, by their cut, had been quietly designed to allow a great deal more freedom of motion than the ordinary school robes did. He braided the small thin plait at his left temple in the old style of the house. He buttoned the holly wand into the wand pocket of his sleeve. He buttoned the bog oak rod into the wand pocket inside his coat. He clasped the silver chain at his throat, with the small flat charm shaped like an open book, beneath his shirt. He came down to the kitchen. Lyra had laid out porridge and fruit and a small wedge of cheese and a slice of the dark moorgrape jam she had made the autumn before. He ate. He ate slowly. He looked, while he ate, at Sirius across the table, and at Lyra at the stove, and at Tipsy on the windowsill, and at Dobby, who had insisted on coming up from Potter Manor to see him off and was, in his small clean linen tunic and his loud yellow socks, standing at the foot of the table with both hands behind his back trying not to fidget. "Pup," Sirius said. "Sirius. Promise me a thing." "Yes. You will write. Twice a week. You will fly home for Sundays." "Most Sundays, yes." You will not, in the next 4 months, do anything irreversible. Define irreversible, Sirius. You know what I mean, pup. I know what you mean. I will be careful. I will not do anything irreversible without writing you first. Where I can. There is one specific item we discussed which I will deal with in the first week, by ourselves and in private. The rest will wait. We have time. All right. Sirius. Take care of the chart while I am gone. Lyra will write up anything new from the papers. Athene will keep her ear to the ground in her own way. Braca will pass on anything Bones tells the bank. You read it all when it comes. All right. And Sirius. Eat. Lyra will be very cross if you do not eat. I will eat, pup. Go, before I do something embarrassing in my own kitchen. Sirius hugged him at the front door of the manor for a long time. He did not say what they were both thinking. They had not had to say things like that for some weeks now. Harry kissed Lyra on the top of her head. He shook Tipsy's hand and Dobby's hand. He stepped through the flue to King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4 was the way the books had described it, and it was also, for him, in the moment, larger than the books had suggested. He had been in a great many magical spaces in the last 4 years. He had not, until now, been in a magical space that was full of children. They were, in a body, very loud. They were, in their separate small parts, very nervous. The smell of the platform was a complicated smell, of coal and engine grease and the small specific note of trunk leather and the small specific note of clean cloth and the small specific note of fear. Harry held it in his head for the count of 3. He let it out. He went and found a seat on the train. He had chosen a compartment near the back of the second carriage on the recommendation of Sirius, who had said it was the carriage in which the trolley which always saved her best pumpkin pasties for last. He had stowed his trunk in the rack above him. He had pulled his school satchel down beside him. He had taken out, from the satchel, a small thin volume in Old Welsh on the patient unbinding of magical compulsions, which he had been meaning to finish for a fortnight and which he intended, on the train, to finish. A girl with a great deal of brown hair and a Sirius set to her shoulders opened the door of his compartment 40 minutes into the journey. She was holding the hand of a small round boy who looked as if he had been crying. "Excuse me," she said, "have you seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one." Harry looked at Neville. Neville looked at Harry. "Hello, Neville." "Hello, Harry." The girl looked between them with a small shocked expression of having been wrong about the social geography in this corner of the train. "Oh," she said. "Hello," Harry said. "I am Harry Potter. Please come in. There is room. I think Trevor is, by Neville's history with him, in the back of the train under a seat in the last carriage. He has, twice in my hearing, made it that far when he is alone for more than an hour. We will go look in a moment. Sit." The girl sat. The girl set her trunk in the corridor. The girl sat. "I am Hermione Granger. I am Muggle-born. I have been reading. I can see that. The marks on your fingers are ink. How can you tell?" "Because I have the same marks on mine." "Reading what?" "Hogwarts, a history. Twice. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, twice. Magical Theory, once. I would have read more but there was, in the end, only so much time." "You read in the order one would have wanted to. Do not, for the love of Merlin, let any of the older students patronize you about your reading. They are not, as a body, well read. They have only had the books for longer." She blinked. She had, by the look of her face, not been expecting solidarity from the boy in the news. "Thank you," she said. "Of course." A red-haired boy stuck his head into the compartment 30 minutes after that. He was, by the freckles and the worn second-hand robes, a Weasley. Harry had been expecting a Weasley. He had, in fact, been expecting this Weasley. "Hi," said the red-haired boy. "Everywhere else is full. Mind if I sit?" "Sit down, Ron. There is room. I am Harry. This is Hermione. This is Neville. Sit." Ron Weasley sat. He was, in the moment of his sitting, a perfectly ordinary 11-year-old boy with a smudge of dirt on his nose and an ankle visible at the bottom of trousers grown too short. He was also, by Harry's sense of him, lit at the back of the head with a thin pale quiet thread of compulsion charm, of a kind that Harry had read about in a chapter on maternal heart magic in a book on family bindings, 2 years before. The thread was old. The thread was gentle. The thread was, by the look of it, the kind of thread a worried mother who had lost too many friends in the last war might have laid, on her youngest son, before she sent him to a school where the boy who was the symbol of that war was about to start the same year. The thread was meant kindly. It was not, however, Ron's. Harry, who had been thinking for a week about how to handle this, had decided that the kindest way to handle it was the cleanest one. He waited until Ron was looking out the window at the passing countryside. He held out his open hand under the table. He put 2 fingers on the back of Ron's hand in the small inconspicuous old tongue gesture for finding and easing. He did the work in 3 breaths. The thread softened. The thread loosened. The thread came off, gently, the way a knot in a shoelace comes off when a patient adult has decided to undo it. Ron blinked once. He turned his head. He looked at Harry across the compartment. The look had a small new clarity in it, the kind a person has when they have been wearing a tightish hat all day without noticing and have at last taken it off. "Are you really Harry Potter?" he said, after a moment. "Mum said you." "Yes, Ron, I am really Harry Potter. Your mother is, by everything I have read about her, a kind woman who has been worrying about a great many things for a great many years. We will, I think, get on. Have a cauldron cake. The trolley came past while you were finding your seat." Ron took a cauldron cake. He ate it. He asked Harry, over the cake, whether it was true that Harry had freed Sirius Black through a house privilege from 1632. Harry, very seriously, said yes. Ron whistled. Hermione, in the corner, opened a book and pretended not to be listening, although she was, by the angle of her head, listening very hard. Neville, beside her, smiled the small pleased smile of a boy who had not, 4 months ago, expected to be on the train at all. The compartment door opened, 20 minutes from Hogwarts Station, on a tall dark man in a dark cloak who Harry had been waiting for. The man's eyes were black and quick. The man had not, in his face, the expression of a man who came to first-year compartments to chat. He was here to look. "Mr. Potter," said Severus Snape, in the dry voice of a man who had been preparing the sentence in his head all summer. "Professor." The man looked at Harry. The look went where looks like it always went, with the small particular pressure of an unspoken probe just behind the eyes. The probe touched the surface of Harry's mind. The surface of Harry's mind had been, for some years now, the inside of a cupboard under the stairs at No. 4 Privet Drive, with a door of dark wood at the foot of the cot, with a single round steel plate at its center. The probe touched the plate. The plate did not move. The probe pushed. The plate did not move. The man's face did not change, in any way that an ordinary person would have read. The black eyes, however, did something they had not done in many years. They widened, half a degree, and then they narrowed, half a degree more. "A pleasure, Mr. Potter," Snape said. "I look forward to your first potions class." "Potter." "Sir." "Welcome to Hogwarts." He left. He did not slam the compartment door. He was, in his way, too professional for that. The compartment door clicked shut behind him with the softness of a man who had been struck on a long-held bruise and was now walking, in dignity, back to his rooms to consider the matter in private. Hermione, in the corner, said, after a moment, was that the potion's master? Professor Snape, yes. The potion's master. He is, I have been told, a difficult man. We will get on. He and I have, in advance, a great deal to discuss. Is he safe? He is on the side that will, in the long run, matter. He is, in his own person, dangerous. The two are, in his case, not in conflict. I will tell you about him when we know each other better. Pumpkin pasty. Thank you, said Hermione, very small, and took one. The boats across the lake were as they had been described in 3 of the 4 Hogwarts memoirs Harry had read, except that the books had not, any of them, said how cold the wind off the water was at the back of the neck. He sat with Neville at one end and Hermione at the other, with a small dark-haired girl named Parvati in the middle. The lake was glass. The sky over the castle was the dark violet color of a sky that has just been given its stars and not yet had a chance to shake them out. The castle itself was the castle of every drawing he had seen and every line he had read, and was also, in its weight and its shape and the small specific quality of magic that came off the walls into the cold air, more than any of the drawings or any of the lines had managed to describe. He sat in the boat. He took it in. The thing in his chest, which had been the warm thing he had carried since 7, sat under his breastbone with a small patient pleasure that was, by every measurement he had, the pleasure of a homecoming he had not, until that moment, known he had been making. McGonagall met them in the entrance hall. He had, of course, read about her. She was, in person, exactly as the books had suggested, tall, square-shouldered, very upright, with a tartan robe and a pinned bun and a thin precise mouth that had not, in his hearing, ever been described as smiling. She had, however, in his hearing, been described as fair. He took the description on faith. He stood very straight in line. He waited his turn. He went, when she called his name, to the stool, and the hat came down over his eyes. The sorting hat, when at last Harry sat on the stool beneath it and the hall of 700 faces went very very quiet, did not, in the conventional way, deliberate. It said, in a voice only Harry could hear, with the immediate quiet relief of a man who has been carrying a great weight for a long time and has at last set it down, "Oh. Oh, you. Oh, dear me. Yes. We are not going to argue about this, are we, my lord? You are the heir. You are the heir by every measure. There is a row of bound contracts in your head and they all of them sit, every one, in a corner of your mind that has Ravenclaw's color on it. I would like Ravenclaw, please, Harry said in his head. Ravenclaw it is, my lord. By every right. By every reason. And, between us, may I say what an absolute pleasure it is to sort an heir who knows his own mind. Up. Ravenclaw, the hat said aloud, into the hall. The hall did not, at first, do anything. The hall, which had been expecting Gryffindor, considered its expectations. The Ravenclaw table, which had not been expecting Harry Potter, considered its great fortune. Then, very slowly, the table began to clap. Then the table began to cheer. Then the hall, in its other parts, began to cheer because the ceremony required it. Harry rose from the stool. He walked, in the long even stride Calder had taught him, to his table. He sat. He shook the hand of the prefect on his right. He shook the hand of the 7th-year girl on his left. He said good evening. He looked, once, at the high table. The headmaster was very still. The headmaster's face was, in the way of a face that had been an open book for an entire long career, an open book. The book, in this case, was open to the page that read, "This was not the plan." Harry, very politely, met the headmaster's eyes. He inclined his head, 1 degree. He turned to the table. The man in the lavender turban, 2 seats down from the headmaster, was looking at him with a small thin smile that sat on his face the way a leaf sits on water that does not move. The smile was Quirrell's. The thing behind Quirrell's smile was not Quirrell's. Harry, from the Ravenclaw table, sized up the back of the lavender turban for a long quiet moment. The thing behind it sized him back. Neither, in the moment, made any visible move. Each of them, in his own way, made a small careful note. The feast began. Harry ate. He spoke to his neighbors. He learned the name of the Ravenclaw prefect, who was a tall serious girl named Penelope Clearwater. He learned the names of his year-mates at the table, who were polite and curious and well-read, and only one of them was a lord-in-waiting. He looked across the hall at Hermione, who was at the Gryffindor table and had been seated with two boys who were already too loud, and at Neville, who was at the Gryffindor table beside her and was trying very hard not to look terrified, and at Ron, who was at the Gryffindor table on Hermione's other side and was, with the patient distracted air of a boy whose hat had at last come off, eating roast potatoes. In the small space at the back of his mind that he had built 4 years ago in the cupboard at number 4, he locked the inside of the door. The work was beginning. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7 The storm at Hogwarts. The first week at the school was, for Harry, a series of small administrations. He learned the corridors by walking them. He learned, by the same method, which of the corridors moved on schedule and which moved on whim. He learned the names of every house ghost and the names of 17 of the staff and the names of every prefect in his house and most of the prefects in the others. He sat at the end of the long table in the Ravenclaw common room every evening and read by the small steady fire and made polite conversation when polite conversation was offered and gave a small clear answer to a small clear question and moved on. He went up to his dormitory at the curfew. He slept his 6 hours. He rose at 5. He ran, in the cold mornings on the lawn by the lake, the long even circuits Calder had set him for years. He came back. He bathed. He went to breakfast. By the end of the first week the school had decided, on its own, several things about him. It had decided that he was not, as had been hoped at the Gryffindor table, going to be one of theirs. It had decided that he was not, as had been feared at the Slytherin table, going to be one of theirs either. It had decided that he was, as the Ravenclaw table had hopefully suspected, possibly the most useful first year that table had been given in a generation. It had decided that he was, in the very high small judgment of Penelope Clearwater the prefect, a lord she would have liked to be older with. It had decided that he was, in the very low small judgment of a 6th-year Slytherin named Marcus Flint, the kind of boy you did not casually shoulder past in a corridor. He did not, in the doing of these things, go out of his way. He did them by being, at every hour and in every doorway, the same person. The classroom moments were the moments that decided the rest. In Transfiguration on the Tuesday morning of the first week, McGonagall set the first years a matchstick on the desk and the standard incantation and gestured, with the small economical hand motion she reserved for first lessons, that they should begin. Harry, with the holly wand laid neatly across the desk and the bog oak rod buttoned in his sleeve, did not pick up either. He set the matchstick on the desk. He looked at it for the count of a breath. He turned it, with a small old-tongue word he did not say aloud, into a needle. He turned the needle, with a second small word, into a thin steel pin. He turned the thin steel pin, with a third small word, into a small functioning compass which, set on the desk, pointed politely toward the northern window. McGonagall, who was passing along the row behind him, stopped walking. She did not, in the room of staring children, make a fuss. She picked up the compass. She turned it in her hand. She set it back down on the desk. She said, very quietly, "Mr. Potter." After class. After class she stood at the front of her empty room with her hands folded behind her back and looked at him for a long moment. She had, in her face, the look of a teacher who had been a teacher for a great many years and who had, over those years, learned to recognize the particular kind of student who would, for the rest of her career, be referenced in her stories. "Mr. Potter." "Professor." "You did not use your wand." "No, Professor. You used 3 words I did not recognize. They were old tongue, Professor. The forms are the runic forms of the modern transfiguration vocabulary, in their original. Where did you learn the old tongue, Mr. Potter? From a teacher, Professor. I would prefer not to name her in this conversation. With your permission, I would be willing to discuss it further in a private context. She held his eye for a moment. She nodded. Mr. Potter. I am, for purposes of your file, going to put you down as having mastered the first-year transfiguration syllabus on the morning of the second day of term. I am, as your head of house for this conversation since your own head is at a conference, going to ask you to attend my office at 7 this evening for tea. I would like to discuss your placement in this class, which is, in my professional judgment, not where you should be sitting. I would also like to know what you are currently reading. Are these acceptable terms? Yes, Professor. Good morning, Mr. Potter. Good morning, Professor. He went to her office at 7. She had laid a small pot of tea on her desk and a plate of biscuits beside it and a small notebook on which, by the end of the hour, she had written down a reading list of his that ran to 42 titles. She had, by the end of the hour, agreed to coordinate with the staff to give him independent study at his own pace in 3 subjects, with formal sittings of his coursework at the end of each term to satisfy the school's records. She had agreed, additionally, to meet with him on Thursday evenings for what she had drily described as a small tutorial in the corner of advanced transfiguration that does not, by current convention, get taught. He had thanked her. She had inclined her head 1 degree. He had inclined his half a degree more. He had gone back to the tower. In charms on the Wednesday morning Flitwick, who was a Ravenclaw and had a kindly disposition, had Harry stand at the front of the room and, very politely, demonstrate the levitation charm to his classmates. Harry, with a small show of using the wand he had not in fact used in private for several years, levitated the feather. Flitwick, who was not, in his profession, a fool, looked at him for a long moment with a very small smile in his very small eyes, and said only, Mr. Potter. We will have a chat at some point. After class will do. Excellent control, by the way. The class will have noticed. In defense against the dark arts on the Wednesday afternoon, the lavender turban Quirrell stood at the front of his classroom with his hands shaking, a small false stutter in his voice, and a great quiet pressure at the back of his head that nobody else in the room could feel. Harry sat in the 3rd row. He took notes. He raised his hand twice. He answered both times in the small clear tones of a polite first year. He did not, by any visible action, do anything that would have given the thing behind the turban any new information. The thing behind the turban watched him, all hour, the way a man at a window watches a wolf in the field. The thing did not move. Harry did not move. They got, in the doing, the measure of one another. In potions on the Friday morning Snape called the class to silence and walked, in his long black robes, the length of the room and back, and said, in the dry quiet voice he reserved for first lessons, there will be no foolish wand-waving in this class. Many of you will, in your time here, fail to appreciate the subtle science of brewing. You will fail to appreciate the gentle simmer of a cauldron. You will fail. Let us see, at least, who has read the textbook. Mr. Potter. Sir. What do I get if I add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? You get the basis of the draught of living death, sir, in its first stage form. It is a powerful sleeping potion. The root must be cut against the grain on the first cut. The wormwood must be cold-pressed and not crushed. Where, said Snape, after a small pause, would I look for a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. The bezoar is a stone formed of accumulated mineral matter, and is a remedy for most poisons. It is not, however, a remedy for the venom of the basilisk, the acromantula in its last instar, or the modified runic poison developed by Emmerich the Evil in the 11th century. The textbook, sir, does not mention the modified runic poison. I read about it in a separate book. What, said Snape, after a longer pause, is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They are the same plant, sir. They are also known as aconite. The plant has, in addition, a third name in the Old Tongue, which translates approximately as the Grey Sister, and which refers to a particular use of the plant in a tincture for the binding of certain forms of lycanthropic agitation that the modern textbook, sir, also does not mention. The potions classroom was very quiet for a long count. Snape did not, by any visible muscle, move. Snape, however, in the small private place behind his eyes, did a thing he had not done in 20 years. He smiled. The smile lasted the half of a half-second. The smile did not show, on the surface, in any way Hermione Granger in the front row would have recognized. The smile did show, in a way Harry recognized, because he had been watching for it. "Mr. Potter," Snape said. "Sit. 5 points to Ravenclaw. The class will turn to page 11. Mr. Weasley. If I find that bees are in your bag at the end of the hour I will turn you into one. The page is 11. The class will read." Harry sat. The class read. That night, in the Ravenclaw common room, Hermione Granger came across to where Harry was sitting and pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down without asking. She did not look at him for a moment. She arranged the cuffs of her robes. She set her hands on the table. "You knew," she said, "the answer to all of those questions in advance." "Yes, Hermione." "You read for it." "I read for it. I read for a great many things. I have been reading for some years. I will, in due course, share with you the reading list I have been working from. It is in 3 volumes. You will, I think, like it. I would like that very much, Harry. Thank you. You are welcome. Now, there is a small matter I would like to ask you about, if you do not mind. Of course. You are, by my count, the cleverest first year in our year. You are also Muggle-born. You are, accordingly, going to be condescended to over the next 7 years by a number of children who have no business condescending to anyone. I have been thinking about this. I would like, with your permission, to introduce you to 2 friends of mine. The first is a goblin reading tutor at the bank named Braca, who will, with your permission, lend you a small amount of his time over the holidays for additional reading. The second is a portrait, who will not, by her own preference, allow me to name her in writing. The portrait would, I think, like you. The portrait is also a friend. I am offering, in short, to make the work less lonely. Hermione Granger, who had at age 11 not, by the visible evidence of her bearing, ever been offered something that her own family had not provided, sat very still for a moment and then, with the small precise dignity of a girl who refused to be the kind of person who cried in a common room, she did not cry in the common room. Yes, she said. Yes. Please. Thank you. Of course. That, more or less, was the social shape of the first week. On the Sunday night of the first week he did the thing he had told Sirius he would do. He had located the room he wanted on the night of the sorting, by a careful walk down the corridor opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, in which, to anyone watching, he had been a slightly lost first year looking for a bathroom. He had passed the wall 3 times. The wall had, on the 3rd pass, opened. He had not entered. He had wanted, first, to confirm. He had confirmed. He had returned to the tower. On Sunday night, with Sirius's cloak, the second cloak, the spare one, which Sirius had given Harry for the purpose, over his shoulders, he walked the empty corridors at 1 in the morning to the 7th floor. He passed the wall. He passed it a 2nd time. He passed it a 3rd time, with a single long breath in and a single long breath out, and the door rose, in the wall, in the shape of a heavy plain wooden door that had, in its center, a single round steel plate with a small depression for a thumb. The room had, by long habit, taken its shape from his own mental architecture. He had, 4 years ago, built a door for the inside of his mind. The room, in offering itself to him, had built him the same door. He pressed his thumb to the plate. The door opened. The room of hidden things was, in person, taller and longer and more cluttered than even the brief description in Hogwarts, a history had implied. It was a vast hall full of the discarded leftovers of 1,000 years of children. It smelled of dust and of old enchantment and of the small specific not quite quiet of a room in which a great many small dormant things were waiting. Harry stepped inside. He closed the door behind him. He did not look. He breathed in. He let the warm thing in his chest sit up and take notice. He turned, as he had turned in the round reading room at the keep, along the line of the pull at the back of his skull. The diadem was 100 yards away. He walked. He did not run. He moved through the aisles of forgotten things at the long even pace Calder had taught him, with his head turned slightly to the side and his hand at the bog oak rod in his sleeve. He came, after a long quiet walk, to a tall stone bust on a low pedestal. The bust wore, on its head, a dusty old wig. On top of the wig, in the patient indifferent way of a thing that had been waiting in plain sight for 50 years, sat a small fine silver tiara. The tiara had a single dull blue stone in its center. The stone was making, against the inside of Harry's skull, a thin furious whining sound that no one but a Lord of Ravenclaw would ever have heard. He took the tiara down. He held it in his hand. The whining intensified. He did not engage with it. He took out a leather wallet from his coat and from the wallet a small folded square of dark cloth, the cloth being a piece of the lining of the soul vessel Runa Ray Granthawk had built for him at the bank 3 years before, charmed for the purpose. He wrapped the tiara in the cloth. He folded the cloth into a small flat parcel. He slid the parcel into the wallet. The whining cut off, the way the sound of a kettle cuts off when the lid is closed. He stood for a moment in the silence. He looked, in the dim light of the room, at the pedestal where the tiara had sat. He left, on the pedestal, in the small inconspicuous hand he had been practicing for 4 years, a single folded square of paper that bore, on the outside, the runic form of his own name in the old tongue, and on the inside, in case anything at all ever came back looking for what it had hidden, the words, "I have it. It is mine. Do not." He walked back along the long aisle to the door. He let himself out. The wall closed behind him. He went down to the bank that very night by the chain at his throat. Sharpax, who had been waiting for him in his office in dressing gown and slippers and who did not, for goblins of his standing, complain about the hour, took the parcel without unwrapping it, and took it down with Braca and Granthawk to the vault under the bank where the first fragment had been waiting for 4 years, and laid the second fragment beside it. The two of them sat, in the steel boxes in the steel chamber, side by side. Granthawk closed the chamber. Granthawk looked, in the steady patient way of a curse master, at Harry, and inclined his head 1 degree. "Boy. Master. That is 2. That is 2, master. There are more. There are 5 more, master, by my count. You will tell me when you have located the next one." "Yes, master." He went back to the school by the chain. He slept until breakfast. He went to class. He ate. He read. He did the work. He waited. The thing behind Quirrell's turban began, by the 4th week, to be impatient. It had been in the building since August. It had not yet had its hands on the stone. It had, in the corridor on the 3rd floor on the right-hand side, a series of obstacles set by the staff that it could, on a good night, get past. It had been, all autumn, working its way down the obstacles. The thing had, however, on the night of the Halloween feast, had a particular very bad night, in which a troll that should not have been in the school had wandered, more or less by the thing's invitation, into the dungeons, and an unrelated incident had nearly cost a first-year girl her life, and the troll had been, by small careful intervention from a number of staff and by a single small piece of old tongue work from a Ravenclaw boy in the corridor outside, dispatched without further injury. The thing in Quirrell's turban had spent the rest of the night in a small particular kind of fury. The thing had, the next morning, redoubled its efforts on the stone. By the end of November the thing was at the last obstacle. By the second week of December the thing was through the last obstacle and had spent 4 nights on the 7th defense, which was the mirror, and had not, in the 4 nights, found what it wanted. By the morning of the 14th of December the headmaster, who had been watching the thing in his quiet careful way, was called away from the school by an urgent letter from the ministry that Harry had, in the careful collaboration of Madam Bones and Sharpaxe, arranged. By the afternoon of the 14th of December the thing in the turban took its final chance. Harry, who had been waiting for it, went to meet it. He did not go alone. He had, for this, 2 friends with him. The first was Dobby, who had insisted, by every form of address Harry would tolerate, that he would be coming. The second was Lyra, who had not asked. Lyra had simply arrived, at Harry's bedside in the dormitory on the morning of the 14th, with her arms folded and her ears very straight, and had said, "I am coming with my lord." Do not argue. The mistress agrees. The director agrees. Do not argue. He had not argued. The corridor on the 3rd floor on the right-hand side was, in the late afternoon of December the 14th, empty of any other person. The dog with 3 heads was asleep in the trapdoor chamber to the music of a small enchanted harp that Dobby, with the small efficiency of a Potter elf, had tucked on the floor by the door. Down through the trapdoor went the thing in the turban, slowly. Down through the trapdoor, 10 minutes later, went the boy and the 2 elves. The plant at the bottom yielded to a quiet warming charm. The room with the keys was, by the time Harry reached it, already past, since the thing had left the door at the far end open. The chess set Harry did not, on principle, play, since Lyra, at Harry's nod, walked them along the edge of the board with a small house elf pop they had worked out in advance. The troll in the next chamber was already unconscious on the floor. The potion riddle Harry, who had read the riddle a fortnight earlier in a copy he had borrowed from a 6th-year prefect who had, in turn, copied it from a friend in the staff room, solved in his head as he stepped through. The blue flame of the next chamber rose around him as he crossed the threshold. He went into the last chamber. The mirror of Ariste stood at the center of the room. The thing was at the mirror. The thing was Quirrell, in his lavender turban, standing with his hands working at his sides and his face wet with the small frustrated sweat of a man who had been looking for an answer for an hour. The thing turned at the sound of Harry's footsteps. "Potter," said Quirrell, in a voice that had no stutter in it. "Professor. You have come at the perfect moment. Step here. Stand in front of the mirror. Tell me what you see." "I would prefer not, Professor." "Step here." "I would prefer not, Professor." "Why do you not, instead, take your turban off?" The thing in Quirrell did not, in the moment, do anything. The thing, however, was old. The thing had been a great many things over the years. The thing was not, in this moment, going to be moved by the polite suggestion of an 11-year-old. "You will step here. You will take off your turban, please. You insolent brat. You are stalling, Professor. Take off the turban. Or I will take it off for you, which is going to be embarrassing for both of us." The turban came off. It came off in the slow careful manner of a thing pulled by hands that did not want to pull it. Beneath the turban was the back of Quirrell's head, and at the back of Quirrell's head was a face. The face was thin. The face was waxy. The face had no nose to speak of and had eyes that were the color of an old wound. The face spoke, in a voice that was not Quirrell's and that came from no place a voice should have come from, and said, "Harry Potter. We meet at last." "Yes," said Harry, very calmly. "We do. I have been thinking for some years about how I would like this conversation to go. In the version in my head it does not, at any point, include you persuading me to step in front of any kind of mirror. I would like, instead, to do a piece of work. With your permission or without. Boy. Sir. I made you. I marked you. I am the only thing in your short life that has been more than your own small choices. You owe me your obedience by every old law. You have, sir, made many people. You have marked many people. You have not, yet, met a single one of them who has had 4 years to plan for meeting you. I have. With your permission, or without. The wraith on the back of Quirrell's head smiled. It was a thin, terrible expression. It did not, in any way Harry could read, express any kind of fear. Then come. He came. He drew the bog oak rod from his sleeve in the quick economical motion Calder had been drilling into him for 2 years. He spoke, under his breath, the small old tongue word for the silent runic shield, and the air in front of him at chest height bowed into the slow shimmer of a wall that would absorb 3 hits. He spoke, with the same breath, the small parcel tongue word for the soul-binding lance, and the bog oak rod warmed in his hand and a thin clean line of pale blue light, the color of the Ravenclaw ring on his finger, formed from the tip of the rod to the floor at his feet. The thing in Quirrell's turban sent, by the unspoken extension of its will through the body it had been borrowing, a fast hot stinger at Harry's chest. The shield turned the stinger sideways into the wall. The thing sent a binding curse at Harry's feet. The shield turned the curse upward into the ceiling. The thing, with the small tactical adjustment of an old practitioner, attempted to apparate inside the chamber. The chamber's wards, which the staff had set with a great deal of effort and which the thing had been careful to respect on the way in, prevented the apparition. Harry, who had been waiting for the apparition attempt, drew on the floor in front of him with the bog oak rod the runic figure he had been working on for 6 months. The figure was a closing. It was an ancient piece of work whose modern descendant was the simple anti-disapparition jinx and which, in its older form, did not merely prevent the body from moving, it persuaded the soul, if the soul was loose in the body, that the body was already where the soul would have liked to go. The wraith on the back of Quirrell's head went very still. "What," said the wraith, "are you doing?" "I am closing the room, sir." "You cannot close the room to me, boy." "I am not closing the room to you, sir. I am closing the room to him." "Quirrell. The man whose head you are riding. He is, as you may have noticed in the last minute, slightly surprised to find that his apparition has been prevented. You have not, in the last few hours, told him that he had the option of leaving. He had been working under the impression that he was loyal. He had been working, in particular, under the impression that you would, in time, leave him intact. He is, in this moment, with the room closed to his soul as well as his body, becoming aware that he was wrong. The wraith, in the moment, did a thing it had not done in 11 years. It looked frightened. It threw itself, with the small panicked efficiency of a thing that was running out of options, at Harry. The Quirrell body came forward at speed. The hands came up. Harry stepped sideways in the long even step Calder had been drilling. The Quirrell body's right hand passed the spot where Harry had been. The Quirrell body's right hand, in the passing, brushed the edge of the chest of Harry's robes, and recoiled. The skin of the hand, at the touch, smoked. Harry, on the sidestep, brought up the bog oak rod. He spoke the soul-binding lance in its full form. The thin clean line of pale blue light came up from the floor and made, in the air, a long clean rod the color of a winter sky just before snow. He drove it, with the small precise economy of motion Calder had spent 6 months teaching him, through the back of the Quirrell body's head, into the wraith. The wraith made a sound. The sound was the sound of something furious being told to be quiet for the second time in its very long career. The wraith, on the head of the Quirrell body, dimmed. It dimmed. It dimmed further. It came, in the dimming, away from the head it had been riding, in a long thin smoke that struggled and was contained. Harry held the lance steady. Lyra, from the corner by the door, where she had been waiting, came forward at a run and laid, on the stone floor in a careful chalked array she had drawn in advance of the day's work, the soul-binding rune array Granthawk had taught her over the summer. The smoke that had been the wraith was drawn down, by the array, into the small carved stone vessel at the array's center. The stone vessel, when it was full, was capped by Lyra with a small disc of cold lead and sealed by Dobby, who had been holding the disc and the wax, and who pressed, with the small clean efficiency of a Potter elf, the wax against the lead and held it in place until it cooled. The Quirrell body crumpled to the floor. Harry was at his side in a breath. He had been hoping, with very small hope, that the body would survive the leaving. The body did not. Quirrell, who had been, before he had gone wrong, a kind man with a small love of teas of the Levant and a particular interest in the politics of the magical Ottoman, looked up at Harry with eyes that were, in the last moment, his own. "Forgive me," he said. He had no breath for more than that. "There is nothing to forgive, Professor. Sleep." He died, in the mirror chamber, 2 breaths later, with Harry's hand on his hand and Lyra's small cool hand on his temple and Dobby standing at the foot of him with both small hands clasped in front of his small chest in the gesture of attending the dead the Potter elves had used for centuries. Harry sat for a long moment with the dead man's hand in his. He did not cry. He had decided, in advance, that he was not going to cry in this room. He had decided, also, that he would mark the moment in another way. He spoke, in the old tongue, the short sentence that was the short sentence. He stood. He turned to the mirror. The mirror showed him a great many things. He did not stay long enough to look at any of them. He had work to do. The stone was, in the mirror's pocket, the small heavy weight he had been told to expect. He drew it out. He held it in his hand. He wrapped it in a second square of dark cloth from his wallet. He put it in his pocket. He turned. He looked at the small stone vessel on the floor with the wax-sealed lead disc. He looked at Lyra. He looked at Dobby. He nodded. They left the chamber. They left the rooms. They came up, through the trapdoor, into the corridor on the 3rd floor on the right-hand side. The dog was still asleep. The harp was still playing. Harry, very gently, picked up the harp, stowed it in his coat, and let the dog sleep on its own dreams for a while longer. He went to the headmaster's office. He had been told, before the day had begun, that the headmaster would be back in the school by the time he came up from the chamber. The headmaster was, in fact, in the office, with his hands clasped on his desk, in the silent considering manner of a man who had returned from an urgent business trip to find that he had been outmaneuvered in his own building by an 11-year-old. Harry sat in the chair across the desk. He set the small stone vessel on the desk between them. He set, beside the vessel, the parcel of dark cloth that contained the stone. "Headmaster. Mr. Potter. The thing in the back of Professor Quirrell's head has been suppressed and is now in this vessel. The vessel is going down to Gringotts tonight. The stone is here. I have not opened the parcel. I will return it to its owner directly, by Gringotts courier, this evening. Professor Quirrell is dead. He could not be saved. I tried." The headmaster sat very still for a long count. "Mr. Potter. May I ask how you knew?" "You may, headmaster. I knew about the stone because Hagrid, on the morning of the 21st of August, made an unscheduled stop at the bank. The thing in the bank had a particular quality I have been training, for 4 years, to notice. I knew about Quirrell because I have been able, since the unmaking of the soul fragment in my scar at age 8, to feel the resonance of the same author's other work from across a room. I knew about the obstacles in the corridor because the obstacles were not, for the level at which they were set, difficult, and I had, in the doing, the help of 2 very capable elves and a lifetime of preparation. I knew, in particular, that you were going to be called away today because Madame Bones, at my request, asked the minister to require your attendance at a small inquiry into the wardenship of Azkaban. I am sorry to have used Madame Bones in this way. She agreed to it with full knowledge." The headmaster, who had been a great many things in his long life and who was, in the moment, a tired old man at the top of a tall castle in a cold afternoon in December, set his hands on the desk. "Mr. Potter. Headmaster. I owe you an apology. A great deal more than one. Will you, in time, allow me to make them?" "In time, yes, Headmaster. I would prefer, today, not to have them. I would prefer, today, to have, instead, a working agreement between us. We are not, you and I, going to fight each other in this castle. The man who came tonight is going to come again, in some other shape, and we do not have the luxury of working at cross purposes. I would like to propose, in plain words, the terms." He proposed the terms. The terms ran to 7 points. The terms covered the question of the trust vault, the question of the bindings, the question of the prophecy he had been read about and which Dumbledore had assumed for 10 years that he did not know about, the question of the remaining Horcruxes, whose number he disclosed without naming the locations, the question of the staff of the school, in which he asked for the headmaster's word that the next defense against the dark arts professor would be vetted by both the headmaster and Madame Bones, the question of his own continued education at the school, which he intended to continue, on his own terms, with the independent study arrangement McGonagall had granted him, and the question of the next time the headmaster wished to summon him to this office, which, Harry suggested gently, would be by request and not by command, for the rest of their joint working life. The headmaster heard him out. The headmaster, when he had heard him out, sat for a long moment with his blue eyes on the small stone vessel on the desk. He did not, at any point in the conversation, attempt the lemon drop. He did not, at any point, attempt the warm grandfather smile. He recognized, in the boy across the desk, that those tools would not work, and he was, Harry noted with the small detachment of a person who had been in many rooms with many adults, too good a tactician to use a tool that was not going to work. "Mr. Potter," he said, at last. "I accept your terms. Each of them. I would, with your permission, like to add an 8th. You may. On the matter of the prophecy. There is more to it than the simple text. There is, in particular, a context in which the prophecy was given. I would like to share it with you, in due course, when you are willing. The sharing will, I believe, be of service to you. I will not, however, press it on you today. Thank you, Headmaster. I will, when I am ready, ask. Then we are, Mr. Potter, in agreement. We are." He stood. The headmaster stood. They did not, by any natural impulse on either side, shake hands. They inclined their heads at one another, 1 degree on the headmaster's part and 1/2 degree on Harry's. Harry took the parcel and the vessel from the desk. He left the office. He went down the moving stair. He went across the school, through corridors that had begun, by the shape of his foot on the stones, to know him, to the door of the bank's small private flue in the headmaster's antechamber, which was a thing Harry had only that day learned existed and which he intended, henceforth, to use freely. He went down to the bank. He delivered the vessel to Granthawk and the stone to Sharpax by way of an envelope addressed in the proper old courtesy to Mr. Nicholas Flamel of Devon, who would, by the morning, have been notified that his property was being returned. He went back up to the school. He went back up to his tower. He did not, that night, sleep at once. He stood for a long while at the window of the tower in the cold December air, with Lyra at his side and Dobby curled at his foot and the great dark shape of the forbidden forest under the moon and the lake under the moon and the mountains under the moon, and he watched the night. The wraith was contained. The stone was returned. The diadem was in the vault. Sirius was free. Bellatrix was loose. The chart in the reading cell at Potter Manor had 3 new lines on it that Harry would draw tomorrow. The 5 other fragments were, by his count, scattered. The 7 other terms with the headmaster were now, by his count, accepted. The old tongue was, by his count, his. The Ravenclaw ring was, on his finger, bright. The work was not finished. The work was only set. He looked, once, at the lightning that played, very far away, over the western mountains. He looked once at his own reflection in the dark window. He looked once at his hand, at the 3 rings on it, and at the small thin plate at his left temple in the old style of the house. Lyra. Yes, my lord. In the spring we will go after the next one. Yes, my lord. Sleep, please. Sleep, my lord. He slept. The castle slept. The lake slept. In the small steel chamber 3 levels under London, the 2 contained fragments of an old wraith waited beside the 3rd, which had been brought down that evening by goblin courier, for the day they would be unmade. In a tall house in the country, a tall pale man laid down a 3rd small letter, of a slightly different black seal, and looked into the green fire for a very long time without turning his head. In a small cell at the bottom of a tower at the end of the world, a thin gaunt woman with mad eyes laughed once, very softly, and went on with her own work. In a stone keep on a moor under a wide cold sky, a portrait of a woman in slate robes opened her painted eyes once, considered, and went back to her painted reading. In a tower bed at Hogwarts, a small monster slept, and grew, and waited for the spring. Chapter 7 End.